Good morning, members. Good morning, members of the public. You're all very welcome here this morning. We've got quite a long agenda, so I'll make a direct start. I'll ask the officer to give us the health and safety information. Please all listen.
Thank you, Chair. May I first remind you of some domestic arrangements. Toilets are situated outside the meeting room opposite the stairs. Cold water is also available in the breakout area outside the meeting room. If the fire alarm should sound, please leave the meeting room following the fire exit signs and meet on Ipswich Town Football Club training pitch. Please do not re-enter the building until you are told that it's safe to do so, and please switch off all mobile phones or turn them to silent. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being filmed and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for the webcasting and/or training purposes. The council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. Does any member of the public wish not to be filmed? No? Thank you. Finally, can members and officers please ensure that you press the microphone for speaking and turn off when you're finished, and please lean quite close to the mic, members, so that the members at the back of the room can hear quite clearly. Thank you. Right, item number 1 is substitutes and apologies. Councillor Mary McCann.
Councillor McLaren substituting Councillor Norman.
Thank you. And Councillor McGaw.
Yes, I have a declaration of non-pecuniary interest to declare on the second item as the... substituting for John Hinton, my apologies.
Thank you very much. I'll come to the next bit now. We're all present otherwise. Declarations of interest, I'll come back to you, sir. Councillor McGaw?
Yes, I'm sorry, I have a declaration of non-pecuniary interest, as in being the member for Stutton Ward on the previous council, and I spoke on the original Stutton application in 2018.
Councillor Parker?
Chair, item 3, DC 19-04445 Lavenham Priory. I will declare a local non-pecuniary interest insofar as I have business arrangements with the applicant's agent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They're all noted, and the solicitor of the council, you're happy? Thank you. We'll move on to item number 3 to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of December. You've all seen copies and head copies of these. I'll take you through the pages. Page 1, page 2, stop me if there's anything. Page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 and 7, page 8, 9, page 10, page 11. Are you all happy? Can I have Councillor Osborne's proposed it and Councillor Busby's seconded it. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. I'll sign the rest later.
It wasn't unanimous, Chair.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't unanimous. You wasn't present. But no, fine. Thank you. Right. Item 4, to receive any notifications of petitions. Rob?
None received, Chair.
None. Right, we'll move on to item 5, which is site inspections. I believe we have 2 being called by officers. Would you like to take us through those first?
Thank you. Councillor Zach Norman has requested that this has a site visit. A committee site inspection has been carried out previously. However, following the local election, not all members of the planning committee have had the opportunity to see the site in person. The site is land east of Bramford Road, Sproughton, and the application is for full planning permission for 49 dwellings. The application site is to the north of the village of Sproughton, Bramford to the south, Blur. The application site is to the north of the village of Sproughton. Bramford is north of that site, shown off the map. Part of the site is in the flood zone. You can see the flood zones by the blue coloured on the screen. There are a number of listed buildings around the site. They're shown in red. The whole of the site is within the Gipping Valley Special Landscape Area. This is the proposed layout with 1 vehicular access point onto the B1113. 3 pedestrian links are proposed. There are overhead cables in the northern sector of the site, which is also within the flood zone. No development is proposed in this area. A green space is proposed to the southeastern area of the site to give space between the Sproughton Hall and the Tithe Barn, which are both listed buildings. Just moving on quickly to the photographs. This is taken looking south towards Sproughton with the access point to the development on the left-hand side. This is looking into the site from the B1113 with Sproughton Hall and the Tithe Barn and Church clearly seen to the back of the site there. This is taken within the site under the overhead cables looking south towards Lower Street in Sproughton. This is within the site looking south with the properties that face onto the B1113. Looking southeast towards the listed buildings, Sproughton Hall, the Tithe Barn and the church. This is taken from the south of the site looking east towards Tithe Barn and Sproughton Hall. This is where the open space would be. This is taken from the middle of the site looking south to the properties in Lower Street. This is taken from the southeastern corner of the site with the properties of Lower Street and facing onto the B1113. Looking south at the existing properties in Lower Street, and again, and again. This is taken from the south looking north with Sproughton Hall on the right-hand side. This is taken from the car parking area for the Tithe Barn and the community shop. This is the B1113 looking north towards Bramford. And that is the site layout. It is expected that this item will come to the next committee on 26th of February. If members were minded to do the site visit, you would need to park in Church Lane, and the meeting point would be the community shop and Tithe Barn.
Thank you. Well, members, have you seen enough of the photographs? Do you feel it's necessary to have a site inspection, or would you be happy for these photographs and others that will be presented at the full meeting? Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was already said by the officer, we have actually had a site visit here, but I'm obviously of an opinion that there are members now that weren't on this particular last site visit. Although I am happy with the photograph, etc., I would imagine that the newer members would probably pay up to have a visit on this.
Well, Councillor Barrett is a newer member, so we'll see what her views are.
That's right. Thank you. Yes, I haven't been on a site visit at this location, but we've probably got more photographs from that short presentation than we often do have, and I'm quite satisfied that that allows me to really understand the site and the location and the buildings surrounding it. So I'm happy not to have a site visit.
Thank you. Right. Any other views? Well, it's been suggested that we don't have a site inspection by Councillor Barrett. Do I have a seconder for that? Well, I'll second it so that we can move on. Right, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of a site inspection, please. Not to have a site inspection, please show. 2. So that's all those in favour for the site inspection. That's carried. So we'll have a site inspection on the 26th. Okay. You'll get the details in the normal way. Right, could you like to take us to the next one, please?
Thank you. Stephen Stroud, the case officer, has requested that a site inspection is carried out for this proposal. Some members have already been to the site when this was presented by Catherine Oldman on the 22nd of November 2017. There have been a change of members on the committee since that time, and Stephen believes it would be prudent for all members to see the context of the site to make sure that an informed decision is reached in case of a legal challenge. The application is to the rear of 1 to 6 the street Kersey for 7 dwellings. The site is within the conservation area of Kersey and also within a special landscape area. As you can see, most of the properties on the street are listed buildings. Numbers 1 to 6 are grade 2 star listed, shown in red. The green buildings show grade 1 listed properties, which there are some quite close to the site, and the yellow properties are grade 2 listed. The built-up area boundary is shown by the orange line. Roughly half of the site is outside of the built-up area boundary. This is an aerial photograph of the site, and this is the proposed layout. These properties towards the rear are actually outside of the built-up area boundary, and there's 4 there. The other 3 are just within the built-up area boundary. This just shows a bit of context as to where the listed building is. That's the host dwelling. And then these buildings are the 3 that are within the built-up area boundary, and these 4 are outside. Just some photographs of Kersey. This is from the top of the hill looking down. The site is on the right-hand side. The Cock Public House is next door to the site and is this white timber frame building here. This photo on the left shows the southern access between the Cock Public House and the cottages. The photo on the right shows the access to the north. This shows the Cock Public House at the access point to their car parking area to the rear of the pub. And the other pictures show the southern access point into the site. This shows the wider access point to the site to the north. These show the rear of the grade 2 listed dwellings. There is a more modern house built next door, which is this large dwelling here, which is just inside the built-up area boundary and is roughly in line with the 3 dwellings that are proposed to the front of the site. More photographs looking around the site. And these are some photographs of the historic core of Kersey. This is taken and shows the water splash at the bottom of the hill in the street and you can just see the Cock Public House here. So the site is elevated from the lowest point in the village. This is taken from the church, which is the highest point, looking across. This dwelling here is the modern dwelling that is adjacent to the site, so the houses would be built along here and then pushed further back here. It shows the openness of the countryside and the quite linear building line of Kersey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, members, you've seen that presentation. Are you happy that you've seen enough just with the photographs, or would you like a site inspection? Councillor Busby?
Yeah, I've been on the site visit before, but it is a complicated site, and I think it's essential that everybody sees it. And isn't it the bell at Kersey?
Councillor Osborne?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, once again, I have been on this site visit. I'm in thorough agreement with Stephen Stroud. It should be looked at from a position, as Councillor Busby has said, it's a complicated issue, and particularly accesses. So memory is not what it used to be with me, so I'd like to have another look.
Thank you. I'll take that as a proposal from Councillor Busby and seconded by Councillor Osborne that we all go along and have a site inspection. All those in favour, please show. That's carried. Thank you very much. Is there any site inspections that you wish to call for? No? Thank you. We'll move on. We come to item 6, plan and application, and that is for Hartest. You've all got copies of that in front of you. Is it this one? Members, just before we start on this, I wish to read out a statement. It is important to acknowledge for the record that a number of us had previously heard this plan and application at committee, several of us more than once. This application has been passed back to the Planning Committee to redetermine following a judicial review of the Council's decision, which itself followed an earlier rehearing after previous judicial reviews. With this in mind, I believe it is important to state, then as now, I approach this application with an open mind. I do so recognising that any planning application is essential for us to have regard to the policies and the material considerations as they stand at the time we make a decision. As Officer's report describes, the planning considerations have changed over the time this application has been with us, and I will be taking these into account in my own deliberation. I trust that other members in a similar position to me will take the same approach and, if any doubt, seek legal advice, and we will approach this with an open mind. Thank you. Councillor Plum.
Long one. Thank you, Chair. I agree, and I'll say no more.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I concur with exactly what you said there. I always try to look at things with an open mind, and it won't be any different now.
Thank you. Councillor Ayres.
Sorry, yes, and the same for me. Open mind, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Busby.
And for me too, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with everything that's been said. I agree.
Thank you very much. I think, Councillor McGaw.
Just to state that not that I don't have an open mind, but I haven't previously sat on this application, therefore it's irrelevant.
You preempt me. That is exactly what I was going to say. The other members,
because I haven't done this before.
The other members are all new, and this is their first time hearing it, so they don't need to echo those thoughts. But they'll have open minds as well. Thank you. We'll now proceed and go over to the officer.
Thank you. So this is an application for full planning permission for 6 single-storey dwellings with associated outbuildings, improvements to the existing vehicular access and highway improvements. Since the previous decision, at the previous decision, the council did have a 5-year land supply. It then lost it, but as you are aware, it now has the 5-year land supply as well. The only other change since the previous decision is that the joint local plan has now got to Reg 18 stage, but as stated in the report, it still has limited weight. So the key planning issues are, as set out there, those are the policies. The key issues are the effect of the development on the special landscape area and the character of Hartest village, and whether the site location and particularly the pedestrian connectivity would constitute sustainable development. So this is the site. You can see the site in red. Here, this is the paddocks, so the host dwelling, and then this is the remainder of the land that would remain undeveloped under this application. This is Greenview, and I'll just point out on here, these are the steps down from Greenview that are mentioned in your report. Again, this shows the aerial view of the site, so you can see that it is within a more rural setting. So this is the paddocks, this is the garden of the paddocks, and then this is the countryside. You'll see on the other side, on the southern side, it is a bit more built up. This is the green with the listed buildings that you'll see in a minute. Right, this shows the constraints. So the site is within the conservation area of Hartest, which you can see goes out into the open countryside here. It's also within the conservation area, the special landscape area, which is wider. There are a number of listed buildings. These are along the green here. And then there's some more spread out through the village. And then the built-up area boundary is located here. So the site is outside of the built-up area boundary, which sort of takes into the part of, is the division between the house and the garden of the paddocks. This shows the site layout. So this was an amended design following comments from Highways and the Heritage Officer. It's designed to appear as a collection of rural or agricultural buildings. So these are the 6 dwellings, and they're all sort of connected by either garages or boundary walls. All the dwellings are sort of 2 3-bedroom, depending on how you use the layout, because they're all bungalows. And you'll note on here that this green gap here, which I'll show you on the other picture, and the new access in this location. And then this would be the pedestrian access, so it was just a little bit further out, joining the access from the paddocks. This is a further drawing. This just gives you an idea of sort of the age of the development in the conservation area. So this is all the historic listed buildings. As noted in the report, this is the character of Hartest is to generally have 1 plot deep buildings with the countryside beyond. In this area, that's slightly different. This is the Paddocks, which is a 20th century building. And this is Greenview, which are 1960s development. And then you'll note this is the proposed development in this location. At the bottom here, this just gives you an idea of what the development would look like from Lawshall Road. So this would be the first 2 dwellings at the entrance. Okay, so here's some site sections. So this is A to B, so this is looking across the A to A is looking across the site from this direction. So with the houses from Greenview on this end. And then this is B to B, which is looking the other way. So this is this is the houses from Greenview, and this is the countryside. And then this is C to C, which is along here. So it gives you an idea of the development, and you can also see that it's slightly stepped, so there are a change in heights in the site. This is just some images of what it would be proposed to look like. So they are sort of modern buildings with an agricultural type character, with modern materials. Again, this is some further pictures of further drawings showing the type of development. And these are the dwellings themselves. So as you can see, they're all plots. They're all 2-bed, but they've got this sort of carer's hobby room, which could be used as a third single bedroom. So they're all 2 free bedrooms. Again, this is plot 2. All got a similar, well, they're all slightly different, but they've all got a sort of similar accommodation within. Plot 3, that's got a 2-bay garage. Plot 4, again, with a 2-bay garage. That's plot 5. And plot 6. So this comes to some photographs of the site. So this is looking down from the site. So this is from the paddocks, the sort of the wider paddocks. So the site sort of goes along here, and you can see sort of Hartest village in the background. So as you can see, this is quite a rural site. This is the paddocks on the corner here, and then this is one of the dwellings at Greenview. Again, this is looking from Lawshall Road into the site. This is the Garden of Greenview just further on, and you can see it's quite wooded at the back with the sort of the dwellings on the green further along. This is looking much further out, so getting to the junction with Lawshall Road. So this is Hartest in the background, and the site is sort of tucked in behind there. Again, this is looking from Lawshall Road, another wider view. You can just see the stable, which is sort of on the corner of the site. This is Lawshall Road. So as discussed in the report, there are some concerns about pedestrians walking from the site along Lawshall Road because of the narrowness. Gives you an indication of the type. So this is looking up towards the site. So this is where you'd have to walk along. That's Paddocks with its garden, and then the site is beyond there. This is from the green, so you can see the site. You can just see that horse, which was in the other photograph. So you can see the site just beyond, so it sort of peeks through. And then this is just to show you the steps up that were discussed in the report. These are for Greenview, so they have less of a walk along the narrow road, potentially, than the occupiers of this development. And the recommendation is set out in your report to refuse based on impact on the SLA and the character of Hartest, and also the lack of sustainable development, in particular due to the fact that pedestrians would need to walk along that narrow road. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Members, we have the Parish Council representative, John Gill. Sir, if you'd like to come forward, you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Perhaps you'd remain seated or standing as you wish, and I'll see if there's any questions for you at the end of it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is John Gill. I live on Lawshall Road, Hartest. I've been asked on behalf of Hartest Parish Council to present members with its views on this application, which is to be determined today. The Parish Council opposes the granting of this application for the following reasons. 1. If this proposed development were to be permitted, it would have a major adverse visual impact on the historic and natural environment of the locality. Not only is this site within Hartest's conservation area and in the vicinity of listed buildings and amenities, but it is also within a special landscape area. The site is in a prominent position being 1 metre higher than the adjacent Lawshall Road. And this, together with the height of the proposed dwellings, would have a substantial adverse impact on the setting and on the historic and natural environment of the locality. 2. Consultations with residents which took place during the emerging neighbourhood plan process have clearly demonstrated the importance to them of maintaining the existing character of Hartest and its surrounding natural environment. 3. The site currently provides a visually important gap between distinct settlements within the village, forming part of a key view from the village green and from the corner at the top of Lawshall Road, looking down its length to the Paddocks meadow. This view would be totally destroyed if the proposed development were to be permitted. 4. Lawshall Road is considered too narrow to support the volume of traffic likely to be generated by such a development. It is single track for almost all of its length. Furthermore, any highways works proposed simply to achieve the width necessary to support the development, particularly at and near the junction with Simpling Road, the bottom of Hartest Hill, would have a highly destructive effect on the character of the area. The lower part of Lawshall Road is currently subject to regular flooding, and there is a very real danger that this would be exacerbated by the increased discharge of surface water resulting from the proposed estate. For these reasons, Hartest Parish Council vigorously objects to this application and believes that it should be rejected today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll just see if there's any questions for you. Members, any questions to the speaker? No? Oh, Councillor Parker?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gill. Sorry.
Yes?
Not within my remit, if you like.
If you allow me just to take legal advice on that point, it's the first time it's been challenged, and fair enough, I'll find out for you because I don't know the answer.
Excuse me.
I'll ask the legal advisor present.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm struggling with a slight cold still. If the gentleman doesn't feel comfortable answering questions, that's a matter for him. But I might suggest if the questions from members might be purely factual rather than requiring opinion, and he might be able to assist the committee with if he's sure what the factual answer is, if you don't mind. If that, I mean, well, can we see what the questions are? And if you really don't feel you ought to answer them, fair enough. But
if it's all right with you, I'll allow the question to be asked. If you feel you can't answer it, just nod your head no, and I'll move on. I'm not going to put you on the spot. That's not the intention at all. Okay? Are you happy with that? Wonderful. Councillor Parker, bear that in mind what you just heard.
Yeah, indeed, Chair. And on that basis, if I can't get a qualified answer, then I'm inclined not to. I'll withdraw the opportunity to ask the question. But it does beg the question if the information therefore is qualified. But anyway, I'll withdraw my
Don't complicate the issue. Perhaps you can put it to an officer. They might be able to help you. Councillor Barrett, you had your hand up, bearing in mind what's just been said. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the question. You may be able to answer it. Okay. Could I ask, do you know of any site in the village that the parish has identified as suitable for development?
I don't know.
Thank you. That's clear. Any other questions, members? No? Thank you very much for accommodating us on that particular point. Thank you. When you're ready, in your own time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Douglas Chivers. I live in Hartest, and I'm a member of the Hartest Neighbourhood Plan Working Group. I should like to thank the officers for preparing such a comprehensive report on the Paddocks application, setting out the complex planning history of this case and the range of planning issues involved. I appreciate the fact that the report refers in some detail to the relevant sections of the draft Hartest Neighbourhood Plan, which will be coming forward for inspection shortly. A fundamental element in the preparation of the neighbourhood plan was the conducting of a detailed village-wide consultation process. From the results of this exercise, it is clear that the committee's approval of this application would drive a coach and horses through the expressed wishes of the residents of Hartest. Approval of this application, in the face of the officer's several itemised recommendations for refusal, would render the preparation of the neighbourhood plan utterly pointless. It would generate a deep cynicism about the operation of the planning process in the Babergh district.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, members. Councillor Parker, question.
Microphone off, Chair.
Oh, could you turn your microphone off and then if you answer, put it back on?
Thank you, Mr. Chivers. Good morning. Actually, you are qualified to answer this question. This is going to be the very question I was going to ask previously. Sorry, Chair. So, if you could just provide some clarification, Mr. Chivers. So, because the report informs us that the site in question was actually an allocation originally. As far as the Neighbourhood Plan Working Group was concerned, but I'm not too sure whether that has been withdrawn as an allocated site now or not. So could you tell us whether it has been withdrawn and perhaps why it was allocated in the first place if the parish was so opposed to that site as a potential allocation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Within the original draft of the neighbourhood plan, the site was not allocated. Then the change, which has been explained in the circumstances of the overall housing need being in the plan in a satisfactory way, after long debate and not entire meeting of minds, the decision was made to include this site because it was seen to be a possible insurance against other sites being identified in Hartest, given the then situation on the overall housing identification. Since then, and as we understand it, the council does have a 5-year satisfactory plan. There is not need for this site to be identified, which was opposed in the first instance. So that explains the process through which there has been in relation to this site. I have to emphasise that there has never been great enthusiasm ever for this site being where it is and the scale at which it is with 6 dwellings, because the neighbourhood plan makes it very clear that no individual site should have more than 4 dwellings, reflecting the scale of the village as it is.
Thank you. I think that's answered that quite clearly, and the officer here was not in agreement, so I think you can take it that's basically all correct. Any other questions, members? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Can I ask my question again then, because you might be able to answer it? My previous question was, is there any other site that you have identified that within your plan?
A very clear decision has been made by the working group on behalf of the parish council that no specific sites will be identified in the neighbourhood plan.
Thank you. That's quite clear as well. Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'm just going to check, because one or two people have been arriving after we started. Is there a supporter present that wishes to speak on this application? No? Thank you. Is the applicant or agent present that wishes to speak on this application? No. The County Councillor? No, I know he's not here. So we come to the ward members, which is Councillor Stephen Plum, which is a Vice Chairman and a member of the Planning Committee, and he is elected to take part in the debate. And Councillor Holt I haven't heard from, but I assume Councillor Plum may make comments.
Sorry if I may, my understanding is Councillor Plum intends to fully take part and vote. So in effect, Chairman, you're inviting the Vice Chairman to start the debate, if you like, or do you...
Come to that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm jumping ahead of myself, I do apologise.
I'll put it down to your cold. Yeah. So we're now going to full debate as the other parties are not present. Councillor Plum, would you like to start?
Thank you, Chair. At this particular stage, I haven't got a great deal to say, other than I'm minded at this stage to go with the officer's recommendations, but I'd quite happily sit and listen to the debate, which may well change my mind, or may not, as the case may be.
It's a fair comment. Thank you very much. Members. Councillor Busby.
Can I ask, just generally, why are we now having this one back for the third time? What's brought it back to committee?
Perhaps if I start this, Chairman, if I refer you to page 9 and 10, officers have endeavoured to set out the context for this. You will see there that the application was previously reported and subject of judicial review on 2 previous occasions. The application, therefore, having been the subject of successful judicial review, falls back to us as a planning authority to determine, and therefore officers have reviewed the policies as they presently stand and the material considerations as they presently stand, and our recommendation is brought to you on that basis. And I think I can't do better than describe the detail that's on page 10 in your report.
Hopefully that helps, Councillor Busby.
So my understanding is that the reason it's back is because of points 1 and 2 of the second judicial review. Failure to give reasons for the decision to grant planning permission, and failure to determine whether or not and the extent to which the proposal complied with the development plan. So are we focusing on those 2 points? Have we got to answer those 2 points here? Is that reason?
I'm sure we have, but I'll get legal advice on that for you.
Chairman, whereas the result of the judicial review is that we're back to square one, so I would advise that you don't put that aside and simply look at it as you would any other planning application. There's been a presentation, there's been public speaking offered, and you approach it exactly the same way as any other. You have a very detailed officer report, questions can be asked, and don't well, when I say put aside the judicial review, it's an unfortunate history, but we have a planning application that needs to be determined, just like many others do in this committee.
Right, Councillor McCaw, followed by Councillor Parker. Please don't hold it quite so high.
I apologise, Chair.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I bought a piece of wood at an auction doing the same thing many years ago. Can we, just so that we our memories are absolutely refreshed and clear, can we confirm, please, Chair, that the reasons for refusal given by the officer are precisely the same as those reasons given in the precise same application that came forward previously?
Yes, I believe we have changed the paragraph numbers for the MPPF because that has been updated and all the paragraph numbers have changed. But apart from that, they are substantially the same.
Thank you. Councillor McGraw.
This time I do have a question, Chair, and it was to concern, I note that the Hartest neighbourhood plan remains at the same state it was in 2018. Has it in fact progressed, as far as we know, since the original application was heard?
It hasn't changed in terms of its next stage, which would be to present it to the council and to go through the next process. However, I believe that the neighbourhood plan group have been changing things within it. So at the moment it's still at draft stage, and they may be changing the draft, taking policies out, as you've seen that they've taken out H4 or changed it, but fundamentally it's not at the same stage. It doesn't mean it's sort of sat there idle. They have been working on it, but they haven't got to the next stage. So it's the same weight, which is limited.
That was my question. In fact, the weight is limited, and no more than that. Is that correct?
Yes, it's currently got limited weight.
Councillor, no, okay. Any other councillor that wishes to comment? Councillor Osborne, followed by Councillor Busby.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I tend to agree with the officer's recommendation here, although I am saddened by the position of the neighbourhood plan that they're proposing, that they haven't actually identified sites within Hartest, although I absolutely see their points. So I'm afraid I shall have to go with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Busby.
Yeah, I seem to remember that I found this very difficult in the past, and I'm finding it equally difficult because I think it is marginal. Looking at the inspector's requirements that we fail to give reasons for the decision to grant planning permission. It's difficult to come up with anything which is, if you like, scientific. Apart from, I think it's quite a nice development, and I think if that development was offered to any other village, they'd probably take it, they'd snap your hands off. But there's a but, and there's always a but with these things when you're looking at balance. It affects the view, how significant that is. In my view, it's not overly significant. Yes, it does change it, and it will change it forever. Therefore, it does have a part to play on the other side of the equation. There's the access, the road and the path. That isn't a good road to be coming out on, whether it's by car or by foot. But on the other side of that road, you've got the Green View Estate, which is significantly more, in my view, damaging than the one that's proposed here. But it accesses slightly higher up and is in a slightly safer position, whereas this one would come out almost right on the bend. I find this one very difficult to call, and if there's anybody else got anything to contribute, I'd be willing to hear it. Thank you.
Well, I'll see if there's any other comments. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plum.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I can just clarify for Councillor Osborne and for Councillor Busby, there is no requirement in a number of neighbourhood plans to name sites. It's merely limited by the number of developments on that particular site. And I believe that's the way the Hartest neighbourhood plan plans to go, very similarly in the way to the Lawshall one, which is now in place, if that helps you.
Councillor Parker.
Just as a matter of clarification, Chair, do we know, are there any proposed allocations in the forthcoming joint local plan for Hartest?
Good point. Can you help us on that? You don't have the document? No, I think so. Here's some, oh yes, Mark has got it, we'll get the answer to that, okay? Well, I think we'll get the official answer and then you might want to comment on that. While we're getting the answer to that, we'll come back to it. I'll see if there's any other questions. Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say that I concur with what you were saying. It's very, very difficult. Sorry, it's very, very difficult. But on 7.3, looking at the the dwellings, page 26. Again, I think, you know, what they would do, the solar panels and how the elements are supported by environmental health are very, very good. So I think we've got to say, I think that is wonderful. It's just a pity that it's where it is, but I can see the good and the bad. But I think I would have to go with the planning officer. Thank you.
Do you have an answer now for us?
Indeed, Chairman. Yes, there are no allocations, as far as I can see it, within both Hartest Hinterland and Hartest Cross Green hamlet, which is described on pages 193 and 194 of the draft joint local plan. And even if there were, I would suggest that that is a matter of very limited weight, as described in the report, because this plan too has to be tested yet.
Thank you. I hope that helps. Councillor Plum.
Thank you, Chair. Just to summarise, the recommendation in the joint local plan for the number of houses in Hartest is 18 over a period to 2036, I believe, which is very similar to that in many other places, where there is very little infrastructure to support such building. I would like to make a proposal, Chair. I've heard nothing to convince me from the debate that we shouldn't go along with the officer's recommendations, and I therefore propose that we do so.
Thank you. I'll accept that. Do I have a seconder? All over the place. Councillor Ayres.
Yes, I fully agree. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. I haven't spoken on this yet because I waited to hear what other views were, but and I think, agree with Councillor Busby that it is a very balanced scheme. There's a lot of pros for it, and when I read the report, I thought this sounds like a scheme that's going to be recommended approval. Had I not seen the first page of it initially, because there's so much to recommend it really. The design of the units, I think, are good. And I think the harm must be so negligible when I know that there's buildings further up that lane that are fairly new, sit very high on the lane. I think we saw it on slide 19 on the left-hand side. You could see that there was a newer property. The houses opposite, again, there's double the number that are planned in this scheme. They don't have a footpath down, although they do have the steps leading down onto the lane. But I think beyond that, there isn't a footpath directly into the village to ensure they're not walking on the road. They are the resident of Carter spoke about the desire to see schemes that are of a scale, 4 units. But these, when you think about scale, you also think about the number of bedrooms as well. And the whole size of the development is quite contained at 6 units, or within 2 or 3 bedrooms. So the scale of that seems to accord with their desires quite closely, actually. The village, Councillor Plum talks about the lack of infrastructure in the village, but there is a village school, there's a bus service, there's a pub, there's a village hall with activities, there's good connectivity to local towns, both directions. So I think the harm is outweighed by the benefit, because I think in a village like Hartest, where there isn't an identified site for some development, the needs to be to accommodate people who, as we know, want to move down in size but stay in the villages that they live in. It's an attractive scheme, and I'm leaning towards accepting it. I also know that elsewhere in the village there has been development that's been allowed on the road out to Wepstead, which is towards Bury St Edmunds, where a house has been built, and that's got very little footpath connection, and it's much further outside of the village. So I think that does reduced the argument about the village access quite a lot in the village. That's the one that's on Grand Designs, of course. So I would like to, you know, us to actually consider approval of it. I know a lot of people are against it, but when you really think about it, there is a lot going for it.
Well, we've had a proposal to refuse, and that's seconded. We will take that in due course. If that fails, then you'll be able to come back. You'll be able to vote against it if that's what you wish to do. Councillor McCaw.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at this in the round, I can't escape the conclusion that there have been 3 officer recommendations to refuse. There have been 2 judicial reviews, and I'm beginning to detect a pattern here. And I believe that it's quite clear that we should be thinking about that pattern. The officer recommendations have been made, determination has been made, and there have been 2 judicial reviews, and I will be voting to follow the officer recommendation on that account.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor
Can I just point out, I think that the judicial review, the inspector didn't actually come out and say that we'd made the wrong decision. He came out and or he or she said that we hadn't given sufficient evidence to support the decision that we'd made. So I don't think you can necessarily count the inspector's views as to which way they would fall. It's just saying, give us more evidence.
I'm going to ask the officer to comment.
Chairman, if I can contribute, and perhaps my colleague, Mr Dupre, can clarify if I've got any of this wrong. So the judicial review sets the situation back to 0 in terms. The fact of a judicial review is not a material consideration. The material considerations are set out in the report and include the development plan. The fact of the judicial review is simply an analysis, if you will, of the previous assessment of the committee and the way it conducted that and the conclusion it reached. It tells you nothing about the material considerations. In the first instance, you can see that the case was conceded on a failure to give proper, intelligible and adequate reasons, and in essence that is wrapped up into the 2 points upon which the judicial review was made in the second case. So in summary terms, the fact of the judicial review should not be a consideration in your minds, I would suggest. It merely indicates close public interest and scrutiny in the veracity of your decision. And indeed, if members do not choose to follow the officer recommendation, there may be something I wish to add about that. But at this point, I think it's best I leave it there.
Thank you. You're happy?
Yes, Chairman, I agree totally. It's not at all uncommon for a judicial review to succeed and the decision to be then remade and be the same decision, but this time it's lawful. I'm not, I shouldn't really elaborate more than that. I can if necessary, but we'll leave it there for the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I absolutely concur with Councillor Busby. It's a very finely balanced application. I like the application. I like the the layout, etc. But for me, paragraph 2 of the recommendation is an absolute slam dunker, and unless we can come up with material reasons for going against that recommendation, I rather fear we have no choice but to go with the proposal that Councillor Plum has put forward. So I'll be supporting Councillor Plum's proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Jefferson.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Parker. In another situation, I would be looking to approve the developments because I like them. But for me, the problem here is the location. I don't think that using the narrow lane is not ideal, and it would be result in more traffic use. And although there are other properties built down that lane, what's gone on in the past doesn't really mean we should affect our decision on this application. So yeah, I agree with the officer.
Thank you. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Chair. I think the design and the outlook that is proposed is wonderful. because it...
Is your mic on?
Yeah, sorry. I think it's a good design, and it meets the need which we have in most villages, which is for older people downsizing or people that need to go into accommodation that is on one storey. However, I am so concerned about the exit and the lane, which in fact is narrower than some other sites that are being proposed, and so I would go with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think most members have spoken. Councillor Owen.
Yeah, I might as well have my little say. Yeah, I totally agree that, you know, we've got the roads and everything are not set out for this, but the bungalows are lovely. Anywhere else would be absolutely fantastic, but this situation, I think we ought to go with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. Well, members, I think everybody's spoken who wished to speak. I've had a proposal from Councillor Plums and seconded by Councillor Ayres to follow the officer's recommendation, which is one of refusal. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Those against? 1. That is carried. The application is refused. Thank you. We'll move on. Members, we're now going on to item number B, which is on page 33, Church Road, Ipswich, Sutton. We're having a bit of a change over the top here. Sorry. Start with that card. Right, members, I think we're all in our places now. We'll move on to page 33. This is Stutton, Ipswich, and the case officer is Linda Bacon. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application for full planning permission for the erection of 34 dwellings. The application was originally presented to committee on the 17th of July 2019 and was deferred from that meeting. Members visited the site 2 weeks ago at the request of the ward member. Before I proceed with the presentation, I have a verbal update to report. 2 further comments have been received from local residents, and both have been uploaded to the website. The first letter encloses their own traffic survey, which was undertaken on the 15th of January 2020 between the hours of 8 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, and they have recorded that 188 vehicles used Church Road and Lower Street, and of those 188 vehicles, 160 cars, and they wish that to be pointed out to Planning Committee. The second letter relates to the public open space plans that were received yesterday, and comment that the submitted plans, which are included in your table papers, and they comment that it's now clear that the increase in housing mass has had a very negative impact on the public open space that can be used by existing and proposed residents, and that there's a further request that the 4 and 5 bedroom houses should be removed from the scheme to provide public open space that's at least equivalent to the existing proposal. So both of those comments have now been uploaded to the website. So to start with the presentation, The application site is shown here hatched red. At the site visit, members viewed the site from approximately this point. The site is currently undeveloped open land. This plan shows the site's location towards the centre of the village. The site is outside of but enclosed by the built-up area boundary for Stutton. That's shown by the orange-brown line that wraps around the site. The pink circles indicate that the site's within the archaeological buffer zone, and Grade 2 listed buildings are shown in orange along Lower Street in this area, and there's a Grade 1 listed wall here. This slide shows that the village to the south of Holbrook Road is all within the area of outstanding natural beauty, and that's coloured darker green. Land to the north of Holbrook Road is all in the special landscape area. The whole of the village is within the SSSI impact risk zone, and the village is within 13 kilometres of the zone of influence for the estuaries, where the recreational disturbance avoidance and mitigation strategy, otherwise known as RAMS, applies. The site is close to the primary school, which is here, and which can be accessed via a footpath link from Stutton Close here. This aerial image gives more context to the site and illustrates the point that the site's enclosed by existing built form, and this aerial image shows the location of the site in the wider context of the village. So, as mentioned at the outset, this application was deferred from committee last year for the reasons shown on the screen, and subsequently the application has been amended to address these issues. The amendments will be highlighted in the following slides. So turning to the proposed layout, this slide shows that access is off of Church Road to the west, and there's a central spine road is proposed across the site, and either side of that there are areas of public open space. In addition to the new road, pedestrian access is formed to the south off Lower Street and to the east via the track where members met at the site inspection. The layout of the dwellings is such that two-storey development is proposed fronting onto Church Road, and as we move around the site, the north boundary, these are single-storey dwellings. That's a two-storey terrace of 3, and then there are single-storey dwellings all along the east boundary, along part of the south boundary. This is a two-storey detached property located next to the public open space, and proposed dwellings within the interior of the site are largely two-storey or 1.5 storey in height. So this is now the, or highlights the affordable dwellings. They're shown here in red in the top northeastern corner of the site. This is the now superseded layout that members deferred from Planning Committee last July. The main changes are to the front elevation or the frontage of the properties onto Church Road, and that's better shown on this drawing, which shows both the proposed and the superseded schemes side by side. So to the south of the access road, previously proposed there was a block of, or 3 built forms. There's now proposed that's been reduced to 2, so we've got increased space between buildings here, and to the north the separation between properties, the property here has been increased compared to what was previously shown here. So the change in layout is also coupled with an amended design. This is the proposed street scene showing 4 blocks of buildings along the frontage to Church Road, providing 6 dwellings within. So moving from north of the site to south, we have a detached dwelling, a pair of semi-detached properties, then the access road. This is a semi-detached pair. The frontage of this one here actually faces onto the spine road, and then this is a detached property at the south end of the site. The roof heights have been slightly reduced. The appearance is now more of a cottage style, and this compares to the street scene that was deferred from committee last July. So this is the deferred scheme, and it presented 5 blocks of buildings comprising 6 dwellings, and so that would have been, was a detached, a pair of semi-detached, a detached property, another detached, and this was a flat over a garage. So this slide illustrates the differences between the proposed and the superseded street scene. Proposed scheme is slightly lower in ridge height, and there's increased spacing between the buildings, and the brick walls have been replaced, or the garden brick walls have been replaced with more hedging. So turning to the design of the frontage dwellings, the front elevations of plots 1 and 2 have been amended to include render in a colour that is approved by the AONB unit. Plot 3 is a detached property on the frontage, and that's brick built. Plots 33 and 34 are to the south of the access road, and that now includes a mix of coloured render and brick. And then moving towards the rear of the site along the eastern boundary, this is the design for 4 of the proposed semi-detached bungalows, and these are the affordable bungalows. This is a pair of larger affordable bungalows, and this is a terrace of 3 affordable homes. I won't this is the final pair of affordable homes, but I won't show all of the designs, but we'll just whiz through some of these slides to give you more of a flavour of the style of open market housing that's proposed by the development. So you will have noted from your report that the application is submitted as a revision to a previous scheme, also for 34 dwellings, that was granted full planning permission in April 2018. Shown here is the layout plan for the 34 dwellings that have already got full planning permission. The main difference is that the 2 terrace blocks along the frontage here have been altered, and that car parking is accommodated here, is shown more in parking courts. So we've got sort of 3 or 4 parking blocks proposed previously, and the centre of the site here, the public open space is more curved in form. The approved scheme also includes more smaller units than now proposed, but a table comparing the approved, superseded and proposed schemes is included on page 46 of your papers. So this image or slide shows the street scenes as approved in 2018. The top image is the one that fronts onto Church Road and includes a terrace of 4 to the left side and a terrace of 3 to the right side. The other 2 street scenes are internal and onto the spine road within the site. This overlay shows the approved scheme in red over the street scene now proposed. So what's now proposed is that there's less built form to the right-hand side. So you've got a semi-detached pair and a detached property with space in between. And to the left, you've now got a detached and a semi-detached pair replace a terrace of 4 properties. There's space there now proposed, which was previously part of the terrace of 4. I'm showing this slide again just to remind you of the differences between the design put before you last July, which is the bottom image, and that currently before you today, which is the top image. This slide shows the extent of the public open space that was previously approved and is as coloured green, and the measured areas of land dedicated to the ponds, open space and landscaping buffer are given in the top left of the slide. It shows, so this slide now shows the public open space information for the proposed scheme. We've still got the public open space central to the site and landscape buffers and attenuation ponds. shown. But overall, the area of public open space has been reduced by 452 square metres. However, the total extent of public open space now proposed is still double that required to comply with local plan policy requirements. Turning now to photos, the house on the left is adjacent to the track which is shown on the right, and that's where members met at the site visit. All these pictures were taken before the site was cleared, but these images are views across the site taken from roughly the point where we stood when we met on site. This is an image of the existing development in Stutton Close, and on the left of this slide is the existing single-storey development in Stutton Close. On the right, we're looking towards the access track. This is the junction of Stutton Close with Lower Street. The red brick wall on the right-hand image is Grade 1 listed. This is Ancient House in Lower Street, and that's opposite the wider pedestrian access route and the public open space that's currently being proposed, and Ancient House is listed. Opposite Ancient House is this, which is where the pedestrian access will be from Lower Street into the site. This is an image looking east along Church Road to the proposed access. The existing hedge will be removed and reinstated to facilitate the access. The access is approximately here. This is a wider view down Church Road. The access is approximately here. And this is a view looking north along Church Road towards the junction with Holbrook Road at the top of the road. So your officer's assessment is set out in your papers. The planning balance and conclusion on page 51 explains that the site benefits from an existing permission also for 34 dwellings. The number of open market dwellings and affordable dwellings remains the same as previously approved. The pedestrian and vehicular access points also remain as previously approved. Development along the frontage has been reduced. 6 units are now proposed, 7 have been approved. The current site layout improves spacing between existing and proposed dwellings and favours on-plot parking instead of the parking courts previously approved, and in turn this has led to reduction in available public open space. However, the proposed public open space still exceeds policy requirements. The amended scheme has been finely tuned to incorporate changes as requested by the AONB unit, and subject to the conditions suggested in your papers and the completion of a Section 106 agreement, the recommendation is one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have members of the public present. Sarah Cooper, your parish council rep. You have 3 minutes in which to address the committee. Perhaps you'd remain seated or stand at the end, and I'll see if there's any questions for you. Thank you.
Sarah Cooper on behalf of the Parish Council, who have recommended refusal of this development on the following points. Road safety. The altered layout at the Church Road front of the development will encourage on-road parking on a road that's mostly single car width, not least for shopping delivery vans. The significant increase in traffic, despite reports playing it down, is a serious concern, putting cyclists and pedestrians at risk. Junction safety. There's been no impact assessment on increased traffic to and from Church Road and Holbrook Road. This is a particularly dangerous area, with oversized coaches and buses using it for local private schools, causing congestion at the primary school due to a narrowing in the road. Coach and bus wing mirrors often take up footpath space. Bedroom density. The original application proposing only 2 and 3 bedroom houses have been superseded by a proposal now including 8 4-bed houses and 1 5-bed, obviously reducing the amount of much needed 2 and 3-bed houses and taking the small amount of green space there is for nature and leisure. In fact, as seen by the slides, the public open space is reduced by 452 square metres. Height of the development. The Planning Committee have previously refused permission to build 2-storey properties on the Church Road front of the development. instead insisting on single-storey or 1.5 chalet-style properties. These are more in keeping with existing properties on the same road and won't interfere with the visual impact of the road. The council feels that the proposed double-storey dwellings taken into Church Road are not in keeping with the surrounding area. This is very relevant as no landscape and visual appraisal has been submitted. Why is this development being treated differently? Lack of trees. There's no pledge in the planning application to plant at least 1 tree per garden. This is a missed opportunity given the climate emergency and given this land was once an orchard. Renewables. The development should come with a legally enforceable covenant to ensure no oil-fired boilers are fitted by new and subsequent owners, instead opting for renewables, and properties should also have electric vehicle charging points. Finally, a reminder that the perimeter hedge should be left to nesting birds until the end of nesting season. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, have you any questions to the Parish Council rep? No? Thank you. We now have 2 objectors, which is sharing the 3 minutes. So if they both like to come forward, Sean Open and Keith Harron. Herod. Sorry, I just repeated that. Oh no, it's only one. I know. Yeah, we can do that. Gentlemen, we'll start our timer here on the 3 minutes, but the officer will also be doing it on one of these so that we get it correct. You have 1.5 minutes each, but if you stop wherever you stop, the other one can take over. But it will end after the 3 minutes. Okay? Thank you very much. Over to you when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm here to object to this application. I accept that this site will be developed, but hope that any houses built here will be sympathetic to their setting, respect the surrounding listed buildings, and meet the needs of local people. In 2017, Stuttonites viewed the original application with incredulity. 34 houses were proposed off one of the narrowest streets in the village. It also seemed odd to propose urbanising the ancient part of the village and to approve building in a designated AONB. Some of the objectors were pacified to an extent because the application included a range of small homes and bungalows which matched village needs and had a large central landscaped area which was a major part of the planning balance leading to approval for the site. The village now feels totally misled with this new application being so far removed from the original planning balance justifying the site's development. Although the number of dwellings is unaltered, Hopkins and Moore's new scheme proposes removing all of the 1-bed and 4 of the 2-bed dwellings and replacing them with 9 large 4- and 5-bedroom houses for which they can prove no local need and which will dramatically increase the development's impact on its surroundings. Accommodating these big houses requires cutting the development's central open space, one of the key reasons the existing permission was acceptable in the AONB, in half. Stutton needs more small houses and bungalows, not large 4- and 5-bedroom homes in a dense urban-style development. I therefore humbly beg that the committee refuse this application and allow the existing consent, which is in far better keeping with the village's needs and its settings, to stand. Thank you.
Okay, I agree with everything you said, but if you are minded to pass this, I would like you to apply 3 conditions. The first condition is that in their design and application, Hopkins and Moore can confirm the availability of housing to be provided in accordance with the requirements of policy CS19, which says that it should be 35%. They are not doing that. They're only providing 32% because there was a mistake on the original one and they've ported it across the new one. Now, it's my opinion that mistakes should be corrected, and this is a new application and therefore it should be corrected.
And so therefore the condition is to comply with CS18 by either adding one extra affordable house. Now, in the village, you're probably not aware, but they're desperate for affordable houses, and the parish council have actually identified a piece of land where we can build 6 extra ones. I mean, these are like gold dust. Okay, the second condition is a confusion. I've got no complaints about the height of the houses, but it's where they're situated. And on this one, they brought forward 5 metres. Now, in the report, the officers reported that the location of the front buildings, the front building line remains unchanged. I don't think it is, so I'd like a condition to say that the buildings are set back from the road at least as they were in the original one. And my final one is actually to port a condition from the previous one, which is condition 21, which ensures that we obey our policy CS8, which says that hedgerows should not be planning permission should be.
Thank you very much. You've gone well over, but
okay.
Okay. I think we got the last point as well. Right. I'll see if there's any questions for the pair of you. Perhaps one of you could turn off your mics after you've spoken, whichever one decides to speak, because otherwise you'll cancel out the other one. It's not on at the moment because I've overridden it. Members, any questions? No? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. We have no supporter present that wishes to speak. We have the applicant agent, which is Chris Smith. I think you're well aware of the procedure, so I won't go through it, but if you remain seated at the end, I'll see if there's any questions. Thank you. You two have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, my name's Chris Smith. I'm Development Planner for Hopkins and Moore. As you've heard from the officer, following the formal deferral of the proposals back in July last year, development layout has now been amended in order to try and address the concerns previously raised by members regarding the proposed dwelling mix and the visual relationship of the development to the Church Road frontage. As you've heard, the proposed dwellings to plots 1, 2, 21 and 34 have each now been amended from the previously proposed 4-bedroom dwellings to now proposed 2-bedroom dwellings, with the total floor space of the dwellings now proposed actually less than that of the previously permitted development on the site. All access and car parking arrangements otherwise remain as previously proposed in July, along with the remainder of the layout, given that members otherwise seem broadly comfortable with the previous layout in those respects. We believe that the proposals, as now shown, will provide an attractive new development in a sustainable location, delivering 11 much-needed new affordable homes, together with all the requested financial contributions towards other essential infrastructure. In summary, therefore, we hope you can now concur with your officer's recommendation and that you're able to support the proposals. Thank you, Chairman, and as always, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, will the affordable homes and the ones will be significantly same? So will the fixtures, the fittings, will everything be equal? It will not be cheaper and nasty?
The external appearance will be the same, with detailed material schedule with it. As you'll see from the proposals, the external appearance and materials detailing are all exactly the same. Internally, the fit out, if anything, will be of a higher standard. It's controlled by the Homes and Communities Agency. We have to comply with their standards in order to meet the requirements of the registered social landlords who will take those properties. So, yes.
Thank you for that reply, because I think it's a fair comment, Councillor Ayres. Members are more concerned that nowadays that the affordables do give as good as they can possibly give on these sites, and it's encouraging to note that developers are taking it more on board, so it's worth noting that. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Chair. Smith, we heard reference from one of the objectors about the affordable housing component and the calculation of it. Now, I've just done a quick figure myself, and the 11 units is what you propose to meet the 35% target. Now, calculating what 12 units would be that would be 35.29. So the difference is very marginal. Is it possible that the applicant, your developer, would consider increasing the affordable housing component to 12, since the difference is a fraction of a percent? We round down, in this case rounding down from 35.29% to 35, the closest we can get to 35%. Would you consider that as a condition?
I think, Chairman, what has happened in the past is that where there is a perceived shortfall in sort of fractions of percentages, that element is normally dealt with via a financial contribution in terms of the perceived element of shortfall. So I would think that would be the way to go if that was a requirement of members in this case, rather than seeking to amend the layout further.
Thank you. Yes?
Can I follow up on that with an officer response as to whether that is possible?
I think it'd be important to answer that now.
Yeah, you have several choices here. You could go with what you're being offered, or you could resolve in your resolution to have that extra financial contribution, or to ask us to go and speak to the developer about the extra unit. You have choices.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm interested in the recommendations that state it's the recommendations on 52. External lighting strategy, including any street lighting, to be submitted and approved. Is that going to be approved by the council, county council, or is that with your development?
If there's street lighting required, then it will have to be designed to Suffolk County Council highways standards and requirements. We are flexible in whether there's street lighting or not. Some villages want to have street lighting, some don't. If they do, then yes, it will be provided to County Council highway standards. If it's deemed not to be required, then there won't be any, or there'll be only very sort of low-level bollard lighting.
Would they adopt
the highway, the main spine road through the site is proposed to be adopted, and yes, therefore, if there was street lighting required, it could be put alongside that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor McCraw.
Just a question, Mr. Smith. If I'm not mistaken, there's been some suggestion that this is a light-sensitive area, being in the AONB, that a bat population is present. Is that correct?
The site is in the AONB. There are some trees around where bats may well frequent, and therefore, yes, the inference therefore is that a darker skies approach may be more desired in this sense, and we would be happy to go along with that.
What plans have been proposed by the parish council for lighting on the site?
I'm not aware directly of what plans the parish council have. But
I thought there was reference somewhere in the papers to bollard lighting rather than formal street lighting, low level. I could be wrong now, however.
I think he'd already referred to low level bollard lighting. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I needed to come back. I'm very interested and having heard a presentation by somebody in ecology with swift boxes. I would very much like to see that you will carry that out, and is that part of your position?
Yes, we've undertaken ecological surveys, and as part of that there are recommendations in there. They include proposals for swift bricks or boxes, depending on which is the most appropriate, and it's something we've done on a number of sites previously. Yeah.
Good. Any other comments, members? Questions? No? Thank you very much. Right, members, we now move to the ward member, Councillor Mary McCallum. Over to you. You have 5 minutes in which to address the committee. At the end of it, I'll see if there's any questions for you.
Thank you, Chairman. At the outset, I would just like to thank the Chairman and the Planning Committee for the site inspection 2 weeks ago. I felt that was very helpful. I would also wish to thank all the residents of Stutton who have supplied me with a lot of comments. Since the deferment of this application in July 2019, I don't think I've changed in my view of my concerns for this development. The designs of the house facing to the front of the site are two-storey dwellings, which are in stark contrast to the single-storey dwellings on the same side of Church Road, and the new overall design is not in keeping with a village scenario in an area of outstanding natural beauty. The big increase in the number of bedrooms on the site from 72, which went up to 96 and now has been brought back to 92, will impact the number of people accommodated and, more importantly, the number of vehicles using the development. Church Road already has a problem with the free flow of traffic versus the safety of cyclists, pedestrians, wheelchair users, pushchairs and unaccompanied children. With the average village family using 3 cars, the limited parking spaces on this site will push residents' cars into Church Road, causing more dangerous and obstructive parking. The affordable housing, which is 11 dwellings, within this plan are all in one area, which could seem to be a bit discriminatory. It would have been nice to have a more integrated development. The drainage pond on the site causes concern. How will it be maintained, and how will small children be protected from this hazard? Church Road and Lower Street have a history of crumbling water and sewage pipes. Recently, a tanker spent several days, 24 hours a day, pumping out sewage when the temperamental pumping station in Lower Street again failed to function. One family near the site have moved due to the regular appearance of sewage in their garden. Anglian Water have given no reassurance that this will be addressed in the short or long term. Another possible 92 contributions requires no further comment. The entrance to the development does not meet the minimum visibility display of 90 metres required for the safety of all residents using Church Road. Finally, this does not meet the housing need in Stutton, as many long-term residents are looking to downsize from their large houses to single-storey dwellings or 2 to 3 bedroom houses. I would respectfully ask Chairman that the Planning Committee review this planning application in the light of all the objections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? No? Thank you very much then. There's no questions to you. You can remain, but you can no longer comment. Okay, thank you. Right, members, it's over to you. Who'd like to start? We must remember that this already has an outline plan, no, full plan permission on this site, capable of implementation. So, Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very interested in the Highways response here, and with comments from Councillor Mary there. Has the displays, etc., would that should have been considered by the Highways Authority, and also they give you no objection for the standard conditions. So I would just like to ask the officer what their Linda, what the position is with those. Thank you.
So certainly the County Highways have seen the proposed plans. They haven't raised an objection or a reason for refusal on the visibility display. And yes, they have given comment about the increase in number of bedroom spaces, which doesn't actually affect their overall comment. Their comments are based on the number of bedrooms and the resulting number of parking spaces that are required to accord with that size of property. So we have no objection from the Highway Authority. Conditions will be imposed concerning the visibility display being shown as shown on the drawing.
Any other questions? Councillor McCaw?
Well, not a question, just a general comment. Are we at the stage of general debate? Sorry. Yeah, I like Councillor Osborne. I'm actually somewhat disappointed in the Highways Authority's response, since one of the principal reasons, having sat on the committee before on this application as a substitute, one of the principal reasons it was referred back was to have Highways look at this point, the very point of the increase in the number of bedrooms, and therefore the impact not having been considered from that increase compared to the previous position. As I see it, they're saying, we don't do that, but if we did, this is how we might do it, which is, I think there's something wrong with the methodology, if I'm honest about it. But they are suggesting that an approximate increase because of the number of bedrooms equivalent to 5 dwellings. Now, I calculate that that's a 30% increase in the number of bedrooms, but only a 17% increase in the number of car movements. Now, unless Suffolk County Council Highways believe that larger houses will only be occupied by people with children who never grow up, I would suggest that there are likely to be rather more cars than that. Further, I'm still very concerned, the narrowness of Church Lane. I've been down it many a time, just on a bicycle. And if you've got a car coming the other way, your bicycle, there isn't room for your bicycle and a car in terms of width. It is that narrow. And I think that can be seen by the map that was distributed to members within the papers. You compare the width of the Spine Road on the actual development with the width of Church Road to the west, and even Lower Street to the south. They are considerably narrower than what is considered to be an adoptable road according to Suffolk Highways. Now, with all those things in point, I would suggest that Suffolk Highways' response is inadequate. I'm still very disappointed in that. I can see some improvements in the overall layout, but I think that's a primary concern that I've always held.
Thank you for that. I mean, the Highways Department, this Planning Committee and previous Planning Committee over the years, we always think the Highways Engineers Department have a sort of a law unto themselves sometimes, but they are the experts. And at the end of the day, they have looked at it, as the officer said, they've had the comments given to them. They have said that it is okay and acceptable, and that they are applying the conditions that they've asked for. So whilst I could agree with a lot of your points, we're on a hiding to nothing to go down that road. But I'm quite happy to ask officers to explain it in detail to you, but I think that's going to be the same. You're happy. So I'll move on. Councillor Parker, I think you were next. Oh, Councillor Jemison.
Am I correct in thinking that if we refuse this application, the applicant can go back to the original approval and just build that? So, yeah, I can.
Yes, right. He can just build out what he's already got permission for. Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit worried about the land contamination. I'm hearing what Councillor said there, because according to page 49, 8.1 and 8.2, that there's been no objection to the scheme on land contamination and or the flood and water risks. So maybe we could find out a bit more about that, because for somebody to move is quite serious, isn't it?
Can you answer that? I mean, they've already got permission to do it.
Well, yes, they have permission to build there, but in addition, with this application, the required reports were submitted with the application. So we have had the land contamination report. It's been reviewed by the Environmental Protection Team, and they raised no objections. And likewise, the County Flood and Water Team have looked at the submitted flood risk assessment and are happy with its content, so they don't raise an objection either. So we've had the required reports, they've been checked by our county colleagues, our experts, and no objections are raised on that basis.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Busby?
Funny old game, this planning, isn't it, really? We refused planning application for a design that we all liked, and we're recommended to approve one that we don't like. I don't know where that takes us, quite frankly.
I'll just remind you to deal with the one that's in front of you, if that helps you.
Well, actually, I'd prefer to deal with the one that was approved 2 years ago, the 72-bedroom unit. I don't think enough improvement has been made, but thank you for the plan. If all applications could come with a layout like that, that would be very useful. I think they should have stuck with the 72 beds. I think there was room for improvement on the layouts, particularly along Church Road. And I think that would have then presented an application which was approvable. Is that a word? I don't think this move to 92 bedrooms is an improvement on that. There are things that need to be done, but this hasn't done it necessarily well enough to justify me to approve this particular plan. I think I'd prefer to still work with the old one.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Just really following on from Councillor Busby's comment about, I don't know whether it's really justified, the increase in the number of 4-bedroomed houses. And as the applicant has permission for what seems to be a more acceptable scheme, I'm not sure that... And also the increase in number of bedrooms, I don't think there's been any consideration of the extra parking that would be needed. I think that would result in a crowded estate with too much on-street parking. So I too am sort of like Councillor Busby. I'm not so keen on this.
Members, I think this came back to us because of comments that were raised, so I'm just going to get that pointed out to us.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, we obviously debated this in July last year, and the reasons for deferral at that time were the need for the size of dwellings proposed, as we've been discussing, the size, scale, layout and character of the development in relation to the setting of the village, the impact of the extra bedrooms from the previously approved scheme from the highways perspective, and those were the reasons, rather than anything about displays or anything else like that. That those are the 3 reasons it was actually.
Right, thank you. That's very helpful.
If I could just come back on the point about the car parking spaces, the currently proposed scheme does meet county highway standards, the adopted standards for number of car parking spaces. The larger properties where they have a double garage, they've also got 2 parking spaces, so they've got 4 spaces for that property, and in addition 6 visitor spaces are distributed across the site.
So they've accommodated it. Right, members, we need to move on this. Councillor Park.
Chair, I'm going to confess to being confused by this, and that's not difficult to confuse a silly person. But is the situation here that that this committee asked the applicant to go away and rethink this? The applicant's come back and rethunk it, as it were, and now the suggestion from the conversation is that we're not happy with the rethink. Is that where we're at?
That seems to be it. Yep.
Well,
carry on, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair, if I may. Sorry, I apologise. On that basis, I'm not particularly opposed to either this application or indeed the previous one, but this is the one that we're dealing with. I'm going to propose, Chair, that we accept the officer's recommendation as set out in the report.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ayres?
Yes, I second that, fully aware of what's happening.
Thank you very much. Any other new comments, members? No? Right. It's been proposed and seconded that we accept the... Sorry?
Sorry to butt in. There was a discussion about, and I don't know where you arrived at on this, the commuted sum to top it up to the 35% members. I don't know whether you wanted to carry that through on the resolution.
Right, Councillor Parker, did you want to add any of that in or stick with what you've already proposed?
I think, Chair, if the applicant is prepared to do that, then yes, I would like to propose that.
Councillor Ayres?
Yes, fully agree.
So it's proposed with that extra condition to get the...
Not a condition, Chair.
No, not a condition. It's a what?
Be part of the 106.
106, right, yeah. I know it was there. So hopefully the applicant will take that on board. It's been proposed and seconded. Councillor Busby?
Doesn't that change the actual, what we're voting on? We're not voting on what has been proposed in that case. We're voting on something else.
I'm a bit on the 106.
It's basically they will provide some money to the commuted sum for affordable housing. It's going to a pot somewhere, so the scheme will stay the same.
Right, members, it's been proposed and seconded with that additional point. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
6.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Plummer, sorry, 6.
6. Those against? 4. That is carried. Thank you very much. That is approved. Members, there's a very short 5-minute comfort break because we just need to move around for a speaker who's in a wheelchair. Don't moan at me later for the length of the meetings. We did say to get back here on time. Anyway, we'll continue. We're on item C, which is on page 57, Lavenham. Page 57. And that's Samantha, over to you.
Thank you. You may notice that I do have members from the enforcement team and the heritage team here to answer any questions that you may have about the application today. Perhaps you could do that after my presentation. Just to draw your attention to the tabled papers, there are a few items that we've included in there. One is a statement from the enforcement officer. As you may recall, when we carried out the site visit, a fence had been erected along the public footpath. That has been deemed permitted development. There is another piece of fencing further inside the house, inside the garden, closer to the dwelling. That is still under investigation at the moment. Also included in the table papers are a statement from the planning agent and also something from the parish council to address any other concerns that may have been raised during the application process. This application is for Lavenham Priory in Water Street, Lavenham. Members carried out a site inspection on the 29th of January, following this item being presented at committee on the 18th of December. The application seeks full planning permission for the erection of an eco-dwelling within the grounds of a Grade 1 listed building, Lavenham Priory, and within the conservation area of Lavenham. The application is being heard at committee because of the level of interest in the proposal. 15 residents have objected to the scheme. Lavenham Society, Suffolk Preservation Trust, the Parish Council, Historic England and the Council's Heritage Team have all raised objections to this application. There have been 37 letters of support. Lavenham Priory is located on Water Street, which forms part of the medieval core of Lavenham. The application site sits to the south of Water Street. The grounds of Lavenham Priory form an L shape, shown here. The application site is in the southeastern eastern corner of the grounds, just here. It is not considered to be direct curtilage of the priory, which is why the fencing is considered to be permitted development. But it is clearly associated with the priory. The red line shows the application site. The blue line shows the extent of the land associated with the priory. Water Street is this street here. We have the High Street, which runs south to north here. Bear Street is along this section here. The site is contained within the historic core of Lavenham, with open fields to the south, which are within a special landscape area. The site is within the conservation area, with many listed buildings running along Water Street, including the Grade 1 listed properties of Lavenham Priory and De Vere House. The built-up area boundary is this brown colour here, and the site is outside of the built-up area boundary. A public footpath runs along the rear of the garden here and goes from Brent Ely Road, which is here, up to Bears Lane. This is an aerial photograph showing the context of the site to the village and the wider landscape. The site is outside of the built-up area boundary, but is considered to be well located to access facilities within the village itself. This plan shows the proposed layout of the site. The access is from Water Street, just here, and it runs through the car parking area for Priory Farm Court and then through the garden of the Priory. The dwelling would be sited in the southeastern corner of this garden. The proposed eco-dwelling would be single-storey and partially underground with a green roof to help minimise visual impact on its surroundings. 2 applications for similar dwellings had been refused on site previously in 2009 and 2010. The 2010 refusal was then taken to appeal and dismissed. These were also within the late papers that you were given this morning. They were dismissed on heritage grounds. The application is a resubmission of a previous application from last year, which was withdrawn because of objections on heritage grounds. This is the floor plan showing the dwelling and the garage with parking area. A large glazed panel is to the front, making the most of solar gain. This shows the position of the dwelling in the garden and the boundary. When we were carried out the site visit, you will have noticed the Babergh Lane development of 25 dwellings that is currently under construction. The site area is defined by this red line here. Our application site is up here. The Parish Council have objected to the scheme because of the proposal's impact on the green fringe of the village and the relationship of the Priory and its link to the countryside. This area of Lavenham has been defined as high landscape sensitivity within the character assessment, which forms part of the adopted neighbourhood plan. Therefore, development of this site is contrary to the neighbourhood plan. As you can see, the Babergh Lane development leaves a wide swathe of open space between the main village and the built-up area boundary and the development itself. The agent has provided some helpful CGIs to try and help you visualise how the building might look. This is taken from the south with the footpath running along here and the dwelling in this part here. This one is showing you how it may look from inside the site itself. Again, from inside the site. This is showing how the driveway to access the dwelling would be cut into the garden itself. Moving on to some photographs. This is the Priory from Water Street. The access point. This is Priory Farm Court. These photographs were taken when leaves were in full leaf, the trees were in full leaf. However, you have seen the site without the leaves. It is heavily wooded with mature trees and hedging around. You can just see the fence here with the footpath on the other side of that fence. Just some more photographs just to give you some context of the site itself and its open green area. This building here is the one that we saw on site. That is to be demolished and their dwelling will go quite close to where that is located. This is taken last week, actually, at the top of the Babergh Lane footpath, looking down. This is one of the important viewpoints that have been addressed or have been spoken about by the Parish Council and also by our heritage team. Walking down the footpath, the site is on the left-hand side. You can see how open and green the area is, and actually quite tranquil when you're walking down there. Nice picture of my dog. This is looking south across the open fields. This is looking back from Brent Ely Road back up towards the village. You can just see the new houses that have been developed here. The site is further up here. This is also one of the important viewpoints that have been mentioned by the Parish Council. and just a bit further back down towards Brent Ely Road, looking back up towards Bears Lane. We have included some historic maps, Ordnance Survey maps. This one is from 1886. Our site that we're looking at today is just here. And as we flick through the next couple of slides, you'll see that this has remained a really undeveloped part of Lavenham. Again, with the site just here. And it shows the footpath. This one was in 1904. And this is the aerial photograph that has been recently taken. So all of this green space has remained undeveloped. I have included the emerging local plan map, which shows what the council is thinking in terms of their new built-up area boundaries. The site that you're looking at the moment is here, which still remains quite a long way outside of the built-up area boundary, should the plan go forward. Okay, the objections to this proposal are not visual. The design of the dwelling, the scale, you know, that's accepted that most of it will be hidden from viewpoints that are public. The roof will be covered with a green roof, and it does result in very little intervisibility with the listed buildings in Water Street. The planning inspector in 2010 concluded that a dwelling in this location would not comply with local plan policy CN08, which is our conservation area policy, because of its intrusion into undeveloped open land marking the fringes of the conservation area and departure from the prevailing pattern of development. For these reasons, the character of the conservation area would neither preserve nor enhance. Since 2010, local policy is unchanged, but with the introduction of the MPPF and the adoption of the neighbourhood plan, heritage assets are given even more importance. Historic England have raised an objection to this scheme. It's actually quite rare for them to raise an actual objection. They often make recommendations on how schemes can be developed to make them more acceptable. That is not the case with this application. What Historic England have actually said is these undeveloped green spaces, which have always been ancillary garden, field and paddocks to the historic houses and form the settlement's interface with its wider rural setting, make a positive contribution to the historic significance of the conservation area. As a whole, as well as the wider setting to the Priory and other listed buildings, to develop part of this area for housing would permanently change this historic land use and the pattern of development with a harmful impact on the historic significance of the site itself and setting of any listed buildings, which can be experienced from it or in views containing it. In this particular case, it would be from the public footpaths. The current application again proposes building on the site, and the harm resulting by detracting from the contribution to the open green spaces makes partly burying the house does not remove this simple fact of development, which is in itself harmful. The heritage team have identified less than substantial harm to heritage assets, and therefore, as required by the MPPF, public benefit should be weighed against that harm. Public benefits are limited when one dwelling is proposed. Really, that is just the result of some jobs during the construction phase and adding one dwelling to the housing stock. This is not considered to outweigh the harm to the conservation area and the setting of the listed buildings. This question is more about principle of development in those open green areas. It is contrary to our policies, to the MPPF, to the Lavenham local plan, and therefore it is recommended for refusal as set out in your documents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Right, we have public speakers, Parish Council. Mr. Shepherd. When you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Tony Shepherd from Lavenham Parish Council. The Parish Council recommends refusal of this application, and I'll go through the lines for that. We did not support the previous application for this site, mainly on the grounds including harm to the settings of the Priory, its location of the land forming the green fringe to the village, and its relationship to the Priory and to the listed buildings on Water Street. The reduced size of the proposed application this time, although it's less intrusive than the original application that has been slightly moved, we still feel the existing objections still apply. NFPP says overriding objective is protection enhancement of the historic environment, our first grounds. Our landscape character assessment clearly identifies this area as landscape high sensitivity, and this is referred to in the neighbourhood plan, and there are diagrams showing the views into and out of this area and showing this area of sensitivity. The Neighbourhood Development Policy Plan H1, that schemes adjacent to the built-up area boundary can be clearly demonstrated to be well related to the existing pattern of development in Lavenham. The scale and character of the proposal respects the landscape features, streetscape, townscape, heritage assets and important spaces and historic views into and out of the village. And we have used that as the basis of our objection. Babergh Local Plan Policy, CS15, basically contains the same objectives as Lavenham Neighbourhood Plan Policy H1. In addition, the emerging joint local plan, which has completed its Regulation 18 consultation, contains the concept of built-up area boundaries. In this case, the proposal is outside the proposed boundary. Development outside the boundary could set a precedent for any similar developments outside any built-up boundary across the district and further frustrate the progress of the joint local plan. In view of the above, there are no grounds for the Parish Council to change its view on the development of the proposed dwelling in this application. Moreover, paragraph 12 of the National Planning Policy Framework gives the greatest weight to existing policy documents, and at the pinnacle of these is the Lavenham Neighbourhood Plan. Under NFPPF, any decision that departs from this may only be made in the light of material considerations. An approval 5-year housing supply policy in this area may be viewed as valid. Any decision to allow the application would be a major department from policy. The proposal before you is in conflict with the National Planning Policy Framework, the emerging joint local
Thank you,
plan.
Mr Shepherd. Your time is up. I'll see if there's any questions for you.
Oh, right.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Members. Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I was wondering, the Bear Lane development, was that outside the permitted area? It is, but they're quite happy with. I'm just wondering because that's higher on the hill, and I visited it recently.
Design, there was a lot of consideration given to its impact on the view, and that's why when you looked at those plans, it is very much governed by that fencing and with the view left open across the lower part of that site and field into the Brett Valley.
Cool. Any other questions? Councillor Parr.
Thank you. Mr Shepherd, I'm looking at your Lavenham Neighbourhood Plan document here. Policy H1 seems to suggest in the plan that there are circumstances under which development could be accepted, and you did make reference to it actually in the notes, but just for clarification. So the plan here, there's 3 bullet points, and I think they're absolutely critical to this application, if you don't mind me saying, Chair. So is it your contention then as Lavenham Parish Council that this proposal meets none of these criteria? Could you clarify?
Sorry. Our view is it doesn't meet the the criterion in total sense, and therefore we would contend it doesn't comply with housing development H1. That's
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Busby?
Right. Apart from within the actual site of the Priory, where could you possibly see this building?
We have no view on where this building could be located. This is the second application for development here, and this building has been moved from the previous application. But in our view, we have no view. Our view is that any building in this area is in contravention of the protection of the historic environment.
With great respect, Mr. Shepherd, the question was, where would you feel it? And I don't think you actually answered it.
I didn't ask the question very well. Let me try it
Okay,
again.
perhaps you'd like to rephrase.
If you were anywhere in Lavenham, apart from the application site, could you see this building?
The parish council would support good eco-building within the village, providing the site is in the right location generally. So we have no objections to an eco-building. We have no objections to modern design. In this case, it is purely about the location of the building.
Thank you. I don't think you got the answer that you wanted. It was yes or no, I think. But anyway, you've done. Any other questions to the applicant? No? Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. We have an objector, Anthony Ransetta. You, sir, you're already there, so that's fine. You carry on when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, committee members. I'm very grateful to be here. I'm here to oppose this application. I'm speaking as a resident of Lavenham. I'm speaking as the owner of De Vere House, the Grade 1 listed property adjoining Lavenham Priory and this site. My objections are very similar to those you've heard for other proposals today, and it's been very helpful for me to hear those other proposals and their rejection. I'm objecting on the grounds of design, location, and the precedent to be set. In terms of the design, this is a building that, whilst well designed for somewhere, is not sympathetically designed for the location proposed. It doesn't fit in with the peaked roof, peg tiles and clay tile roofs that are seen for distance, uninterrupted by a single solar panel or flat roof from the viewpoint of the site. That view does not include anything like this. There are other examples of eco-dwellings being built in the village, but not in this location. In terms of then its location, it has been mentioned already. It's in a conserved area. It's in a landscape scenic area. It abuts to a property that is the second most photographed dwelling house in the country, one that appears in films. There's a film actor in the Harry Potter films, no less. Both sides of the house. And the view from this dwelling down towards the village includes what was the frontages of the manor, the priory, and De Vere House. Their ancient front doors were all seen from this aspect. And in the maps and photographs of this site, we see it referred to as open gardens, as grasslands, as common land. At one point, it was shared by all of the houses on Water Street as their gardens. It has been open to the public as an open garden. So this is a site that is very much seen as grasslands and part of the landscape historic views into our village. And so that whilst we welcome the design and the tremendous effort that's gone into the design, we believe that this location is the wrong place for this design and that it would substantially disturb the heritage of our village if it were built on this site and set a precedent that would be extraordinarily dangerous because it cuts across a neighbourhood plan that has been agreed, that has been consulted with the village, and that one development should so cut across such a plan damages the local democracy. So I therefore ask you to reject this proposal on three grounds. The design is not appropriate to the site, the location because it's in a conserved area, and thirdly, the precedent that then will be set, which Inspector Ava Woods considered to be a very dangerous precedent indeed, that this would permit further backfilling of the gardens along Water Street behind the Grade 1 and Grade 2 heritage-listed buildings along that street. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions to the last speaker? No? Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Now, we have a supporter, and I've already apologised to the young man because there's no way I'm going to be able to pronounce his name, so I'm going to ask him to come forward, and perhaps you'd like to introduce yourself, and then we'll start the 3 minutes after that. And members, you'll understand why I couldn't pronounce the name.
Hello, my name is Soren Ramchelawan and I'm studying architecture at Loughborough University. My email of support for this proposed eco-house is one of 50 other written expressions of public support shown on the planning portal. When I'm not at uni, I live in Lavenham with my family. My home is in Meadow Close, which adjoins the Babergh Lane development of 25 properties, nearing completion by developer Marden Homes. The Babergh Lane developer is in itself outside the built-up area boundary and shares a boundary with the Lavenham Priory. The planning consent for the Babergh Lane development was granted by this committee in December 2017. That consent evidences your flexibility to approve development proposals outside and adjoining a built-up area boundary in accordance with your planning policy CS11. I regularly use the footpath bordering the Lavenham Priory and the Babergh Lane development. I've carefully studied the computer-generated images of the proposed eco-house. In my opinion, it's an exquisitely designed scheme which, if approved and constructed, will not be visible from the footpath or any other viewing corridors. More importantly, its design enables it to exist in harmony with a very high level of architectural diversity, which is evident within a half-mile radius of the site. I've also read all the consultancy documentation. It does appear to me that there's a divided on the evolution of the built environment in and around the proposed Priory site. This having been said, I know that 4 times as many members of the public wrote to support this proposal compared to those who wrote to object. Furthermore, there are several examples of development in Lavenham which is outside the BUAB or inside a conservation area. The most important element of my support that its application will be a proposed property will be a true eco-house, built to passive house specification. It is now, of course, completely obvious to all that time is running out to address the effects of climate change, whereas the vast majority of housing development is driven by the requirement of developers to make profits. Here we have a proposal which is driven by the principles of sustainability, harmony with the landscape and minimising the effects of the environment in the long term. If approved, this application will result in an iconic eco-house built, I suspect, to the highest standards in terms of quality and sustainability. It will act as a replicable blueprint for future development in the Babergh region. Robert Lindsay, Suffolk County and Babergh District Councillor, recently stated, "We declared a climate emergency in Babergh, but that really does have to apply to all aspects of what the council does, including planning. Planning is the way we say how our future homes are built and will have a massive impact on the amount of carbon we emit." By the council's own mission, and I quote, "It does recognise its responsibility to do more. Here is our opportunity to do more, so I urge the committee to take an enlightened decision and grant approval for this scheme as a benchmark for future sustainable housing for my own and future generations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak."
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Members, have you any questions for the speaker? No. Councillor Parker?
Yeah, I will do, actually. Mr. Ramchelawan, so you're, what are you studying?
Architecture.
Architecture at the moment, right. Okay, so obviously Lavenham is absolutely awash with 600, 700, 800-year-old houses. Have you any idea or any notion with this particular design being as modern and, as it is, what its lifespan might be? Any ideas?
It's a subterranean house, so I expect it'll be, compared to the other homes developing in Lavenham at the moment, it will definitely have a higher lifespan than one, so I expect a couple of 100 years.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have the applicant agent, Jonathan Hill. And I see Mr. Waymark as well. So between you, you've got 3 minutes and your help with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. My wife and I have lived in Lavenham for 9 years, and we let out the south and the east wing of our home, Lavenham Priory, to provide luxury accommodation for hundreds of worldwide visitors each year. Demand far outstrips supply for our accommodation offering. We wish to build an eco-house within our grounds. This could then expand our accommodation offering, providing obvious economic benefits to the area that increased employment and tourism would bring. We had originally planned to seek consent for the large 2010 scheme, a much bigger and more prominent property than the one that we are now seeking consent for. The 2010 scheme, or indeed multiple smaller units of that scheme, would provide a much higher economic value for us. However, over the last 5 years, we have become very aware of the unique setting of our home and its grounds. And we want to build something, i.e. this smaller property, which is more suitable in the context of its surroundings and its setting. There are a few important points that come from comments that have been made on the planning portal. It is an undeniable fact that the character of the conservation area around the Priory site has already been fundamentally changed by the approval and construction of the Babergh Lane development. To answer the question that was put to the representative of the Parish Council, there are no views from anywhere except our grounds. The Babergh Lane development, which is outside the built-up area and very visible from the defined views in and out of the village, has had a negative effect on Lavenham, its defined views, and on the setting of the Grade 1 listed priory. National and local planning policy does allow for development outside and well related to the built-up area boundary in accordance with NPPF paragraph 11, local plan CS11 and the Lavenham Neighbourhood Development Plan. That is a fact, as evidenced by the granting of the consent for the Babergh Lane development. We do understand that Historic England and the Babergh Suffolk District Heritage Team have concerns. However, those concerns are predicated on largely on the topography of the site 10 years ago, as evidenced in those concerns being repeated pretty much in a replicable form from the application 10 years ago. And at that time, the appeal inspector relating to the larger scheme even then accepted that there would be no harm to the historic buildings in Water Street. This application site and the new dwelling cannot be seen from any defined views and therefore has no detrimental impact on them and does not conflict with the Lavenham Neighbourhood Development Plan. Sustainable design and construction methodology will be planned and minimised to ensure that as little traffic to and from the site is possible, and a detailed construction and delivery
Hill,
plan.
I'm sorry, your time is up, so
okay.
I must stop you.
Thank you
members,
for your time.
Have you got any questions you'd like to put to Mr. Hill? Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit puzzled. .com. I see that on the front of the recommendations, you had on the application, you decided not to take pre-application advice. Would that have been a help to you, or have you? You know, I would have thought that you would have gone for a pre-app before the. I know it's been before the planning department, but would that have helped you?
I'll ask my agent to answer that question.
We did consider some pre-app. Sorry, we did consider pre-app, but bearing in mind, obviously, the appeal decision of the previous application, there were a few areas we thought really had to be dealt with. and felt that we'd probably best do that in devising a scheme, a more detailed scheme, and just putting that forward. We did have some initial discussion with the Parish Council just to canvass their views before we submitted an application. But say our idea was that we thought or expected that we possibly would have some resistance. So we thought we would just go straight with a detailed scheme the best way we could.
Thank you.
It may be worth adding to that, Councillor, to the extent that we submitted an original scheme, and that was submitted earlier in 2019. We withdrew that scheme because of the level of consultee feedback that we had, and we have systematically tried in the scheme that's currently before you to take into account each and every objection that was raised in respect of the earlier 2019 scheme.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Jemison.
Good afternoon. You say that by building your proposed development would allow you to rent out more of the Priory, improving the local economy. Do you have any estimates on how much benefit this will give to the local economy?
It's probably important to put this into context. The Priory has been used prior to our ownership between the early 90s and 2015. It was used in its entirety as a boutique guest house, bed and breakfast accommodation, call it what you will. The owners of the Priory at that time sought consent for the 2010 scheme for a very, very large house further up the hill. Members will remember, as you walk up the avenue, which is the proposed access, the 2010 scheme was directly in front of you, whereas our scheme is down towards the eastern boundary. And so we know and have some very clear economic evidence of the economic activity that the Priory was generating when it was used solely for the purposes of letting. And at that time, the Priory supported 2.5 full-time equivalent employees, and in terms of income generated approximately 3 times the income that we currently generate from the very limited letting that we're able to accommodate. We are able to accommodate a limited number of guests because the Priory is our home. We live in the main section of the Priory.
I think we've got the answer to your question, Councillor Jemison. Any other questions? Councillor Busby.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's something that the officer can answer or whether you can. I think you mentioned that the 2010 scheme that was referred and the inspector commented on views. Could you just repeat what you said?
Yes, I cannot quote directly from the inspector's letter, but
no, don't worry about that. I'll get the officer to do that in due course.
But I think that what the inspector said very clearly was that there would be no harm to the historic properties in Water Street. That is a view that has been promoted, that there would be harm to properties in Water Street. But knowing the land intimately, as we obviously do, I can confirm that there will be no harm to any properties in Water Street.
Thank you. So just to be clear, to carry on from here, can you confirm, deny, or vote that comment?
Yes, in your addendum papers, the appeal decision is actually there for you to see in full. So it's probably paragraphs 24 and 25 that you would want to refer to. However, as I said at the start of the presentation, this is not to do with visual context. This is to do with principle of development. Actually,
sorry, that wasn't the question. The question was the view, and we'll deal with that. Thank you. I think you've pointed members to the relevant paragraphs.
Chair, I can quote from the appeal inspector's letter, should members require me to do so.
Members have that, and that wasn't the question that Councillor Busby asked you. Any other questions? No? Thank you then. Sorry, members, we have a letter from Councillor Margaret Mabry, which we're going to read out. It's very brief, and then I'll go to the other local member, which is Councillor Arfey. I know he's right at the back, but we'll let him... Oh, you're going to come down? Good. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Margaret Mabry said she extends her apologies to the Planning Committee for not attending the meeting this morning. And she wishes to give the following comments on the planning application. Whilst being an active supporter of innovative and potential iconic buildings, I have given this application much thought. However, I do not believe that this site is suitable for such development, being within the grounds of such historical importance for the village of Lavenham. My major concern is the overlaying of an access point through the site, together with the impact of harm to the original building and the extending out of the village settlement boundary. I therefore do not support this application and urge the committee to uphold the officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission. Councillor Mabry.
Thank you very much for that. She's not here, so we can't put any questions. Councillor Arfey, you're going to come down. Good. No, a little bit further down, because you're not a member of the public. Yeah, this end. Come down this end a bit more, where the members tend to sit. The ward members, yes, that's lovely, thank you. Then we're not making any exceptions for you. You, Councillor Arfey, as I'm sure you're well aware, have 5 minutes, and questions will be, if you remain seated, I'll see if there's any questions for you at the end of it.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Yeah, I've sat at the back and listened, and I've made a few notes as a result of what I've heard. This morning you've heard from the applicant, and in my view, his proposal would have a much reduced impact compared to the previously withdrawn application, and it's also a significant improvement on the previously refused application, and you have the inspector's report for that in your pack. I also believe it offers the opportunity for greater public enjoyment and appreciation of the Priory by releasing the Priory accommodation to visitors. But you have to balance that against the impact on the conservation area and the heritage concerns. The impact on the conservation area was an issue addressed by the inspector in his report at paragraph 26, where he said the character of the conservation area would neither be preserved nor enhanced by that proposal at the time. The heritage concerns expressed by Natural England and the heritage team are reproduced in your papers. Lastly, I ask you to give appropriate weight to the adopted neighbourhood plan for Lavenham and the views of the parish council who prepared it. You've heard a representative from the parish council speak this morning. He was asked a question, and I think the question was about their policy H1 and how many of the aspects of that policy applied to this application. So I will just repeat for you what that policy says. It says that the scale and character of proposals should respect the landscape, landscape features, streetscape and townscape, heritage assets, important spaces and historic views into and out of the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, have you any questions to put to Councillor Arfey? Councillor Busby.
I'm glad you read that out. The word that we all seem to be looking for in this one is respect and enhance, things like that. But you said respect in terms of HM1. Do you not think that this design totally respects where it's being proposed?
I think there's a comment in your papers from the case officer. I think it's from the case officer, where it might be the heritage response. It's at paragraph 6.3, I think. Am I right there? I haven't got it all in front of me, but I think it was at 6.3, which comments on something described as a gouge in the conservation area. So I think
what you're getting at with your question is the proposal is very low impact, and I would agree with that. I came on the site visit, and I think we all stood at the top of the hill and looked at the artist's impression of what you would see instead of the shed that currently exists there, and the answer is you would see very, very little. You'd see a green roof, which looks very much like a slope of green grass. But I think the comment about the sort of dropped area to accommodate a drive and the impact of that on the conservation area, I think is quite relevant and is quite visible. I think you were the one on the site visit that commented that from the footpath you can't actually see through the fence, so therefore you wouldn't see any of the site. But I think it's important to note that there are several public viewpoints for that site. I pointed out at the site visit Brent Ely Road. I don't know if any of you know the view from Brent Ely Road or have taken the time to have a look at it since the site visit, but that was one that you weren't able to appreciate then. The other thing that I think is probably worth saying is that the fence has been erected quite recently. It does hinder views into the site. Whether that fence stays there forever, who knows? That's
Thank you
one of the things you have to assess.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much, Councillor Harvey. Yes, because we can't comment anymore. That's that one top. Right, members. I just want to introduce to Dr. Duck, which you all know, and Thomas Pinner, their heritage, and Carmel Driscoll, who's enforcement. Sorry,
Driscoll.
Driscoll. Oh, you've got D. Oh, right. That's not Driscoll, it's Driscoll, who's enforcement. Okay, they're here to answer any particular question you put. So, members, it's now over to you for debate. Councillor McCraw.
Thank you, Chair. Since a lot of this seems to revolve around heritage assets and views, I wonder if we could see again or have talked through the views described in paragraph 911, the viewpoints C, D and E, and possibly I think there's also another reference to views elsewhere in the heritage report. I just wonder if that aspect could be brought to the fore by the heritage team.
Yes, if you can limit it to those points.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yes, so in the harm I've identified, I consider that some aspects of that is related to views, and that was in relation to the views that might exist if that fence that has been erected was to be lost in the future. Fences don't tend to have such a long lifespan as say, a dwelling. But I also consider that there is harm that's independent of views, and I can just perhaps to clarify a point that often comes up in relation to that is, as if I can quote a section of the National Planning Practice Guidance on views. It's talking about setting, but it can apply to character and appearance of conservation areas as well. So it says the extent and importance of setting is often expressed by reference to visual relationship between the asset and the proposed development and associated visual physical considerations. Although views of or from an asset will play an important part in the assessment of impacts of setting, the way in which we experience an asset in its setting is also influenced by other environmental factors such as noise, dust, smell and vibration and from land uses in its vicinity, and by our understanding of the historical relationship between places, which I think is a relevant point here, and also the contribution that setting makes to the significance of the heritage asset does not depend on there being public rights of way or an ability to otherwise access or experience that setting. The contribution may vary over time.
Thank you.
Just to really, I was hoping for something more visual, if they don't mind, please. Viewpoints C, D and E are described from the visual impact assessment. I wonder if we have any slides that would be relevant to those viewpoints.
So this is one of the viewpoints from Brent Ely Road up towards the village, so into the village. and then this one looking out across the landscape from Bears Lane.
So, because just before, 27 and 28, the site is the other side of what we're looking at, is that correct?
It's on the left-hand side.
Right. Yeah, yes, right, that's what, so you can't see the site at where you're showing us, that's the point that I'm trying to get at. Yes.
Sorry, just to come back on, by showing Councillor, on of course, point on the views I referred to, they were from I think an appraisal that was done by the applicant or agent, and they were views that were inside their garden land but close to the boundary. So I considered that they might provide a reasonable assessment of what the view just the other side on the footpath might be if the vegetation and the fencing wasn't there.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Parker.
Chair, I'm going to contribute a little further, but I just, to my mind and in my opinion, this is not about views, Chair. This is about the setting, I think we're missing, perhaps we're missing that point. But I'll rejoin the debate in a bit.
You can have your say now. We can go on to settings. No. Oh, right. Is there other members who want to comment on Councillor Plum?
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask the Heritage team to develop a little bit more of their thoughts about black backland development proposed in Water Street? You seem to be very keen for this not to occur, and is that the crunch of this matter after all?
Yes, I think that is a relevant point, and I think in this case, with the amount of the lack of backland development in certain parts of Lavenham between the historic medieval core and the open green spaces is an important and quite unique aspect of this area, this part of Lavenham Conservation Area's character.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Busby?
Yeah, you mentioned the word historic relationship, or words historic relationship between the buildings. It may be me, but I actually see that having two totally polar opposites actually enhances the thing. You wouldn't try and work with a building like the Priory and put something else up that was in competition with it. A modern building that stands well up, or even an older building. You wouldn't try and match it or say compete with it. This one is totally opposite, and I would argue that it's so opposite it enhances and is sympathetic with this historic building. It's like stating now this will be a heritage asset in 150, 200 years. I mean, it'd be interesting to see the relationship between this modern building and the historic one. I think that relationship is important.
I consider that this site is important. It makes a contribution to the conservation area as an undeveloped space. So whether or not the new building may be considered a heritage asset in the future, I consider at the same time it's removing and eroding the contribution that this site makes as an undeveloped green space with no development on it at the moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just add an aside, I've not experienced a case where an inspector or a heritage team has ever, or Historic England, to my experience, has ever advocated that development within the grounds of a building that has never been developed will enhance the setting. This building has sat backing onto medieval fields, land, open land, paddock as we describe here, since its conception. We have no maps evidence to the contrary. To build something in the grounds, whatever it is, I cannot, in all conscience, believe that it can enhance the setting. The setting is the medieval street relating to the agricultural
Sorry, but surely that's an opinion. That's a view. Because I think
it's based on experience.
I think the point that Councillor Busby is making is that he's got the view that it can enhance, and you're saying that it can't. But that's your view.
Well, in my experience and my understanding from the advice Historic England have given me for 22 years and appeals that I've been involved with, that's never happened.
Coming back on that, if we take a look at the view from the Priory, regardless of whether this building's built or not, if that fence wasn't there, which is one of the things you're saying is only temporary, you would actually see out onto the new development on Bear Lane. Now that has harmed the views. That has significantly changed the outlook of an historic building. Much more than one which you can't see because it's buried in the ground, lower than the actual Priory. So, you know, the damage has almost been done.
And I can't comment on that because I wasn't involved with that case, and I don't know the case history. Nevertheless, if damage has been done, there's no policy that suggests that we should reinforce that damage by further development. If it's been done, let's try and mitigate. Let's not amplify. And now, in terms of the issue of the fence we've determined is PD. Unfortunate, but we think it's PD. If it isn't PD, then the applicant might have to remove it. This is only academic. He could put back a hedge there tomorrow and to do the same, to serve the same purpose. But the harm has, you say, been done. We shouldn't be overseeing an amplification of that harm by developing within the grounds of this very highly graded listed building in what is probably the best village in the joint districts.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett. Sorry, Councillor Busby. I thought you'd finished. Councillor Barrett, you go next, please.
My question is slightly different. So, just wanted to refer to papers on the officer's report. Let's see if I've got it here. Right, on page 60, we've got a summary of objections, I believe. Those oral objections that are listed and summarised. But we've also got apparently 37 support comments. But have we got those listed anywhere or summarised anywhere?
As a general rule, we don't actually put the support comments in, just the number that we've received. Many of them were not local representations, and I suspect many of them were guests from the Priory.
I think that's perhaps irrelevant. We've had 37 letters of support, and I think we must take note of that. And we've had these views that are against, which are listed out there. Does it help you? Right. Councillor Busby.
Okay, so looking at the officer's conclusion, again, this is one of these balancing items, isn't it? Heritage team have stated that it's less than substantial harm. Okay, so it's on the lower scale. There are more significant levels of harm than less than substantial.
We'll get less than substantial harm. Can you clarify that?
Yes, Chair. As we've said before, the enormous percentage of all developments that harm the setting or the significance of a listed building in any way is less than substantial harm. That is the definition that Historic England use. It's simply, it's a mechanism to define that something that hasn't been effectively demolished or has had visited upon it an enormous sort of hemorrhage, something that's really, really catastrophic to the significance. That is substantial harm. That happens in possibly 1% of all listed building cases where there's harm. In the other 99%, there is less than substantial harm. And there is a spectrum within that, which we have to define between ourselves. We're guided by Historic England, but there is a spectrum from negligible all the way up to medium and high levels of less than substantial. But something that is a high level of less than substantial harm is effectively perhaps is the equivalent of taking my arm off. You know, it's taking off a wing of a historic building, or it's seriously damaging a medieval setting of a building. that is less than substantial, all the way down to changing the front door from one colour to another. That might be a negligible level of harm. All those things are within that spectrum of less than substantial. The tiny amount of development that is substantial harm includes demolition or catastrophic loss of significance, which is basically demolition.
I might have missed it, but could you place in your spectrum where this one is? Because I didn't get that.
Yes, so I think in my response I clarified it, identified a medium level of less than substantial harm. As I said, less than substantial is still a high bar.
Right, thank you. Any other?
So I think it's still a balancing item. On that side, you've got a medium level of less than substantial, and on the other side, you've got the public benefit. And we have to determine what that public benefit is. And from what I see, it's a greater use of an historic asset, which I would have thought was a good thing. It's increased employment. It's increases to the economy of Lavenham. So there are a few plus things on the other side of the equation. It isn't straightforward, don't do it.
Thank you. I'll see if there's ever other questions, because we need to move on. Any other questions, members? Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps somebody can answer this to me. We're talking about a building with a garage, and obviously to get a car to a garage, you need a roadway. What harm would be to this meadow with a roadway running right through the middle of it? Because when I can remember it, when we were on site, it was quite a nice site. It was quite spectacular in some ways. And in terms of talking about intrusion onto listed buildings, etc., I'd have thought tearing that up to put a track in place to run a car down to a garage would have far more impact. Any comment?
I think it's a little heavy to say roadway. It's a driveway to a dwelling. I think it's a bit heavy. Any other comments? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Right, so we've been out and we've had a look at the plans, and they look absolutely spectacular. There's no doubt about it. This is absolutely the sort of dwelling and premises that we should be looking to encourage, in our district. It's a real departure. Unfortunately, there is a huge body of policy that tells us that we shouldn't be supporting this application, and that it's highly regretful, but I do have to concur with particularly with our heritage officers on this particular case. Furthermore, rather disappointingly, one thing that we haven't even discussed or touched upon is the good people of Lavenham themselves, and the fact that they do have a neighbourhood plan. And I think that the Speaker spoke very eloquently that Lavenham have gone to a great deal of time and attention in producing their neighbourhood plan, and their plan is very clear. And I think to undermine that as a local authority without a significant counter body of evidence to do so will indeed undermine the democratic process entirely. So I'm actually going to propose again, Chair, that we go with the officer's recommendation on this occasion and refuse permission.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Parker. Do I have a second to Councillor McCaw? Did you wish to comment?
Yes, I'd like to second that. And I'd just like to draw members' attention. In doing so, I'm particularly impressed with points made about policy H1 from the Lavenham Neighbourhood Plan. And the first two items that Councillor Arthey referred to about the scale and character and about making a positive contribution to the local character, shape and scale of the area. A positive contribution, not a reduced negative. This is not a positive, it is a better negative, but it's probably inappropriate. So I support the...
Thank you. Any other comments, members? Otherwise, Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have every sympathy with the owner of that property, and I do like that. I do like the way it's been constructed in that area. It's unfortunate that we're dealing with a heritage issue, and I go along with what Heritage have said, and obviously on the previous applications that have been refused and gone to JR. But I've got to say that in a way I'm upset in a way that it couldn't be applied in this case. So I'm afraid I'm going to stick with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, then I intend to put it to the vote. It's been proposed and seconded that we follow the officer's recommendation for refusal. All those in favour of refusal, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Those against?
3,
4.
4. Sorry.
4. Okay, yep, it is 4. Thank you very much. That is carried. That application is refused. No, I'm carrying on. Right, members, we're going to carry on. Where has he gone? Oh, well, I'm sorry, he knows. Where's he gone to the loo? Has he gone to... Oh, forget it. Right, members, don't worry. We're now on page... Oh, I've lost my page just now. Page 75, Highbank, Melford Road, Sudbury, Suffolk. Just before we start this, members, I'm going to read out a statement because there's been a lot of emails and correspondence backwards and forwards to myself and officers. The Babergh Planning Charter, under Section 5, states that discussions between an applicant and the council prior to submission of a planning permission can be of considerable benefits to both parties. This is encouraged. Continued discussions and negotiations between the council and an applicant after submission of proposals is commonplace and an important part of the planning process. Officers communicate with all relevant parties, whether they are the applicant, objector or parish council, and I feel that it's only right and proper that we should engage wherever possible with the community. Further to this, I wish to put on record that I fully support the officer in this case and the approach that he and his colleagues have taken. Thank you. Right, we'll now go to the officer concerned, and Councillor Wilkinson, will you take us through it?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members and members of the public. I'm Jack Wilkinson. I'm a Principal Planning Officer in the DM service. Your next item is item 6D, as Chair has pointed out, page 75. This item has already been to committee. We have indeed carried out a site inspection as well on a rainy day pre-Christmas. It's a full planning application with all the detail for 5 dwellings, garages, landscaping, improvements to the internal access and the frontage. So just to jog your memory, this site is towards the north of Sudbury. Set on an elongated piece of land which adjoins Melford Road. It's 0.79 hectare. I will probably skim through some photos with regards to the site, given that we've been on site and it's been presented already. But for clarity, we can go back to that if necessary. We're situated towards the edge of the built-up area boundary. As you can see, the brown coloured line is the existing local plan boundary. The emerging local plan, which is of limited weight at this stage, does include this parcel of land which is shown. We've got some TPO trees to the north and also grade 1 asset here, the mill. For clarity, the defined red line outline. And in terms of the actual site layout, we'll go straight into that, I think. Key features to note are plots 1 to 5. So 1 at the front, which is affordable, which I'll go into in a minute. Plot 2, 3, 4 and 5 towards the rear of the site. An internal private road, and indeed the access, which is a point of contention. I think members asked us to defer last time out to seek a better resolution. I will come on to the detail in that in a moment. There's also a track which leads up the southern fringe of the site, which leads to the grade 2 listed mill. You may wish to follow me with these photos. We've got the site plan on the bottom left-hand corner with an arrow showing where these photos were taken from. And I will skip through, given that we've been on site. Happy to go back at any point, should you consider it necessary. So the view facing north. Prominent trees towards the northern boundary, which are TPO protected, but these are off-site. So back to the plan. And it's necessary just to highlight the affordable unit here. This site extends above 0.5 hectare, and that threshold means that the applicant is required to provide affordable housing, and we have secured that. That will be through a section 106 as in your papers. It's quite a generous plot as well, along with detached garage. So that's quite a welcome design and layout detail, I'd say. These are the house types. I'll start off with the affordable unit. These are quite a welcome palette, I suppose, of tonal colours and indeed materials. Page 84 of your papers gives you a nice breakdown of what materials are to be used, which you may wish to refer to. These are the open market units. Sensible rendered finish with good layout. So, again, back to the plan. To the front, there is some landscaping proposed, and in addition throughout the site. Apologies, it's not the clearest, but this is a retaining area which would sit at the front. Given the land slope as well, that's entirely necessary. I'd like to kind of talk now about the highways aspects. So you'll recall we stood in this area here as shown by the red marker, pavement opposite the site, current access as existing, which is to proposed to be configured so that it is acceptable for 5 units. This is the view facing north, and this is the view facing south into Sudbury. So you'll see there the slope. Now, in terms of definitive plan, this is the proposed access, and with the measurements on, the configuration is acceptable to the local highways authority. So I will reiterate, this was acceptable last time out. The configuration has not changed. We are now back here to discuss another element which I'll talk about. So, in terms of the actual approved plans, this isn't really helpful for you because it's really difficult to read, but that is the defined plan with the visibility splays. I'm going to use the aerial map because it's clearer, but effectively you can see the central point where the access is. Now, rurally, you'd expect a 90-metre visibility display in both directions. In an urban area, and I'll leave you to decide whether this is urban or rural, and this is 30 mile an hour as well, you're only required to provide 43 metres. This scheme provides 90 in both directions, so it is way above and beyond highways compliant in terms of visibility. Now, this is the aspect that the applicant has paid careful attention to following the deferral last time out. Here is the access point, which is, by the way, compliant. Pedestrians have the option of standing here, crossing the road and utilising the footpath. They also now have an option of utilising the footpath on the same side of the road, which links to Canterbury Road, which I've chosen to highlight in yellow, just for ease. This is the defined plan, this is the pedestrian route on the same side, and the highlights in blue with abrasive material. And it's an entirely workable solution that we would secure through planning condition and which the highways team are on board with. This is the frontage with the proposed pedestrian path. This is a view looking north towards the access, which is approximately here, and with the overlay which I've included, which hopefully provides context, you can see roughly where that path's going to go. This is all fixed by a defined plan. I will leave you with a final summary, some facts and figures to consider. Overall, the scheme is acceptable, subject to the conditions bound within the report. Welcome any questions, and the recommendation is for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Just before you leave that point, last time you were sent away to have discussions regarding whether we could bring in the road from the top as well. Can you just briefly comment?
I think that's a conversation that was had, certainly, Chair. We, as the local planning authority, reserve the right to engage with applicants under the NPPF, para 48. We have done that. I think due to land ownership, that was not a viable option. Certainly the question was posed to the agent, but we have to determine what's in front of us, and that's what your officer's recommendation is.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Right. We don't have any... I want to go to the speakers first, and then I'll come to...
I need to come back, Mr Chairman, to ask the solicitor
sorry, yeah, okay, do your bit. No, do that now.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Mr Chairman. It's basically that my wife is a ward member here, and although my views are open on this, I just would like to take advice as to whether I should actually not take any further part with this particular application.
I'm so sorry.
Well, we did hear that bit.
I think it would be a bit old-fashioned to
take a strong view of this. I think if you're quite happy that you have an independent judgment, it would be, I wouldn't advise you otherwise.
Yeah, we have quite a few arguments, but never about planning.
You are an elected councillor in your own right, anyway. It's down to you. Right. Town Council, we have no one. Objector, Mr. Peter Terry. Sir, you have 3 minutes in which to address the committee if you'd like to come forward.
Press the one to the right.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councillors. The last time we came here, there was a vote on this proposal. It was rejected 7-4, but it was decided that we should look again at the safety aspects. They all hinge round, as been pointed out, the safety of that access onto Melford Road. Yeah, it's one of the problems with plans is they don't show elevations, and there's an elevation problem coming from the roundabout at Long Melford into Sudbury. The ground rises up, and also by indication we're talking about the south bank. There's a big bank along that area. It is not easy to see to the right, and if you're in a car sitting at that sort of level, you cannot see easily to the right side. The present people who live in the mill and use that exit have to pull well into the carriageway before they can proceed. Melford Road is busy. You can hardly walk across it at times. It is interesting that there's been a lot of development in Sudbury behind the Chaucer estate, and none of that development was allowed to exit onto Melford Road. Even they all have to go via the Tesco roundabout. Even to the extent there was a barrier put across there so that pedestrians can, but traffic can't come down there. The other thing is that this walkway, I mean, we said, is it any use? The town council decided it wouldn't be used. It was too tortuous. I went one further. I asked a group of school children, if you lived over there, would you use this? And the answer is no. It's too roundabout. It's too indirect. It doesn't solve the problem, and it does actually terminate on Canterbury Road, which, okay, is a lot less traffic on there, but it doesn't terminate at a pavement. It terminates at a road. Yeah. I just think it's too hazardous. I think because you people have a duty of care to prospective occupants of those houses. And I don't think I live at number 1 Canterbury Road. I look over this, and it's just too unsafe. And I don't want you people to think, in months' time, what did we do? Did we approve that? There've been a number of applications on that piece of land, and they've all been rejected because of access onto Melford Road.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Your time is up. I'll see if there's any questions to you. Members, have you any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. There's no questions. Thank you. We've no supporter, we've no applicant or agent, and we've no county councillor. We have an email from Councillor Jan Osborne, which I will now get read out. I haven't heard from Councillor Trevor Creswell.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just read out the email from Councillor Osborne. Apologise for being unable to attend today due to a prior appointment that cannot be changed and would ask that these comments are read out. I would like it to be known that I absolutely support growth in Babergh, but it has to be the right homes in the right place. The access is completely inappropriate as it is from and onto a very busy road, one of the main roads into Sudbury, where the speed limit is very often exceeded. I appreciate that efforts have been made by the applicant to mitigate concerns regarding the lack of pedestrian provision to and from this development. However, I still feel that the changes made do not address this concern. I would urge the committee to consider my comments and refuse this application. Councillor Jan Osborne.
Thank you. She's not here to ask questions, so we won't go down that road. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Jack, can you describe to us again and perhaps show us that small image you had of the sort of blocks that were at the front of the site and explain exactly where they are and please.
Conveniently, I'll probably start here if I may. So in terms of the retainer, it would operate from this point, so looking right out of the proposed access. And if I skip back, they will run pretty much roughly where the verge is here at the minute. So you'll be seeing it here, the visibility will be clear, and you'll have a retaining area along the frontage. Naturally, the land does incline, as with much of the remainder of the estate to the south. There's going to be an element of retainment there. I'm not sure if that's clear enough. Hopefully that does help.
So that's intended to increase the visibility as you look right, as you exit the site?
Indeed, there'll be an element of the bank that's cut out and it'll be retained.
Any other questions? Councillor Ayres.
Yes, thank you. A sort of a question, but when we had the last site visit, unfortunately, it was during the school holidays. And I have grandchildren that live along that road, and in school term time, it's a jolly sight busier. My second question is the ownership of that land that they want to build the path across. We haven't got the prospector here. I don't know who it belongs to.
Thank you for your question. I think the first part, in terms of it being busy, I don't dispute that Melford Road is a busy road. I think the response from the applicant to ensure that there's not one but two options is commendable, to be honest. The first access that came to committee was accepted by the local highways authority. They've gone back and revised that with an additional footpath on the same side to Canterbury Road. That is also compliant and deliverable as well. That verge is owned by the county council and that open space is owned by the county. That would be secured through section 278, and for the means of planning it will be through condition.
Very good, thank you. Councillor McCraw.
I'd just like to ask Jack, the footpath on the south side of the site, does that also lead, I mean the one running the length of the site, does that lead anywhere?
Indeed. It's actually a vehicular access that's used by residents of the mill, which sits to the east, and that's their principal access. Single track, but you may note from the layout that the site proposed here only utilises a small section of it, so they would retain, you know, the predominant use of that because the access kinks in and you're into site.
I think what I'm asking is there a further access to the site to the opposite end? I mean, is the only way in and out of this on what I would say is, looking at the map, the west side? I hope that's right. It's the north-south map, isn't it?
You're absolutely right. Access from the west side via Melford Road, one way in, one way out.
And the same for the footpath. One
Indeed.
way in, one way out. Thank you.
Councillor McHale.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm quite impressed. I was here at the last meeting when this was... Sorry. I was at the last meeting and I think the applicant has actually gone out of his way to improve the footpath. That was my concern. And it's to be commended if he's got visibility displays of 90 metres, which we don't seem to achieve in other planning applications.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Barrett?
Can I also just check where the 30-mile-an-hour sign appears on that road? How near is it?
I believe it's from the roundabout. So as you go head north, apologies, it's just off shot from the photos that I took, but you are well within the 30-mile-an-hour zone. I think by nature, because it's straight, vehicles do take liberties and perhaps go beyond that sometimes.
Thank you. Councillor McGraw.
Again, I'm just still focusing on the access points. It would seem to me it'd be a good site for a mirror system opposite across the road, as we have some in my locality, and I'm sure other members have them as well, if there is any fear about access from the north and speeding. The other thing is it was implied in something we heard from an objector that there was no footpath on Canterbury Road. That surely can't be correct. He says it's a road. Presumably there is a pavement on that road, is there not?
I think your first question about mirrors, highways, furniture, it falls outside of our remit. Yeah. We would have a wish list, but unfortunately that's not before us. And certainly the proposed footpath included within this application would link to an established footpath which is properly curbed and bound.
Any other comments, members? No? Councillor Barrett?
Can I recommend approval?
Do I have a second? Councillor McCann? Do you wish to say anything? No, you said it. Okay. No other comments then? It's been proposed and seconded that we approve the officer's recommendation as set out in your papers. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
Those against? 2. That is carried. Thank you very much. We can go on to the next one, can't we? Right, members, we're now moving on to Elmsett, little e, and that's on page 95. Elizabeth again.
Thank you. So this is an application for 37 dwellings and creation of a vehicular access road and public open spaces. You'll note that there are various late papers for this application, including a letter of support from solicitors working for the applicant. You'll note on that letter that in point 4 they've just talked about an amended plan. Just to make clear that we haven't accepted any amended plans, and the plans that are to be assessed are the ones that we use for the report and are shown on this PowerPoint. You'll also see there is a response from the Parish Council to that letter of support. This application, you have previously seen this site because there was a previous application for 43 dwellings, which was determined in 2018 and is currently at appeal. So the key issues are whether there is evidence of local need for the development in accordance with EMST1 and CS11, and also the housing mix and the impact on protected views under the Elmsett Neighbourhood Plan. So this is the site. See, it's currently agricultural land. This is the neighbouring property, the Checkers, the listed building. This is the mobile home park next to it. And then you can see that there's more built development on the opposite side of the road and along here. This site is the old nursery site, which is currently being developed for new dwellings. You see some pictures of those. Again, this shows the site location plan. The main village and the facilities are sort of further up this road. This shows the constraints. So the built-up area boundary currently goes along here, and then around the mobile home park, and then along here. You'll also note on here Checkers, the Grade 2 listed building adjacent to the site. This shows the site layout. So it's quite a straightforward layout. This is the attenuation basin located here. What's happened between this and the previous plan is that the density has decreased with the number of dwellings being dropped, and this means that there can now be space between the development and the listed building, which has meant that the heritage officer has now lowered his harm, and he now feels that there will be a negligible harm on the listed building. This second public open space has also been created, which is sort of in line with other developments along Hartest, along this road, along Watfield Road, which have greens to the front. The affordable housing is located here as a block here, and then 2 shared ownership opposite, and there's also another set of shared ownership dwellings here. And you'll notice the other public open space would be in this location. So the dwellings would look over the public open space, there would be this road, and then there'll be a second set of dwellings overlooking this area of public open space. These are just the house types, so I'll just go through this quickly. These are the shared ownership affordable dwellings. Again, that's the other pair of shared ownership affordable dwellings. You'll note on these that these are quite similar to the market houses. These are the affordable houses for rent. So there's some bungalows. These are 1-bedroom bungalows. Then there's some houses. There's sort of 2-bed and 3-bed dwellings. 3-bed. And then these are the market dwellings. So you can see that there is a more elaborate design for the market dwellings. These ones are sort of chalet bungalows, so they provide a couple of bedrooms on the ground floor and then some more bedrooms upstairs, so that they'll meet a particular need for sort of ground and first floor bedrooms. These are bungalows, so there will be some provision of both market and affordable bungalows on the site. These are the site, the location. So this shows, so the protected view as set out in the Elmsett neighbourhood plan is of this sort of countryside view at the back with this with these trees and so on. So this is sort of the view that you get, the best view you get from the site overlooking those. This is Checkers, the listed building. So the development would be, this is the site here, but this would be where the attenuation basin was to give a bit of space between the listed building and the new development. Again, this is just shows you the front of Checkers, and you can see the location of the site to the rear. This is looking along Watfield Road, so this is the development on the other side of the road, and this is the site to the left. Again, opposite, you can see the development opposite the site. Okay, so this is the new dwellings going up further up Watfield Road on the nursery site. So you saw that on the aerial photograph. This just shows you surrounding development. So this is the mobile home park. So there would be dwellings just behind these houses, but they would be bungalows. The first set of houses would be bungalows to protect the amenity of the occupiers of the mobile home site. It's a permanent mobile home site. And then again, another view of the site to the left. And again, another view of the surrounding development. And the recommendation is, as set out in your report, to refuse due to the lack of evidence of local need, the loss of an important view as set out in the neighbourhood plan, and the fact that the mix does not reflect what the neighbourhood plan requires in terms of small 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We have public speakers, Parish Council, Mr Newman.
I'm Alan Newman, Parish Chairman. The parish has submitted its comments on this application and recommended refusal. I trust you have seen our full comments. The main thrust of our objection is that the development is contrary to the emerging joint local plan and the newly made and adopted neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood plan was formally made by Babergh as recently as the 12th of December, following the local village referendum on the 7th of November. The neighbourhood plan is therefore the up-to-date development plan document in relation to the development proposals before you, and it is the starting point for determination of the application. The joint emerging local plan and neighbourhood plan are aligned in respect of housing numbers and site allocations for the village. This site is not shown in the preferred options joint local plan document, and we're pleased that all of this is reflected in your officer's recommendation of refusal. The neighbourhood plan allocates around 60 dwellings over the plan period, and as we've stated before, there are currently 72 dwellings either in the course of construction, approved or allocated, and that includes over 20 affordable dwellings. Policy EMST1 spatial strategy should be adhered to, and it states the neighbourhood plan area will accommodate development commensurate with Elmsett's designation as a hinterland village in line with the core strategy policy CS11. The focus for new development will be within the built-up area as defined on the proposals map. The proposals for development located outside the built-up area will only be permitted where it can be satisfactorily demonstrated there is identified need for the proposal and that it cannot be satisfactorily located within the built-up area. This application is outside the built-up area, and the applicant has not demonstrated an identified and credible local need for further major residential development that would satisfy the requirement of the adopted policy. We were encouraged by the overwhelming show of support for the neighbourhood plan at the referendum and continue to strongly recommend that proposals be refused. It is simply not needed, not sustainable, and is not on a scale with the existing settlement and does not comply with up-to-date planning notes. As late as Monday, you received further comments from the applicant disputing officers' comment and trying to tarnish the neighbourhood plan. We have submitted a rebuttal that deals with all the points made and commend it to you. Thank you for listening. Please, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alservis. Any questions? Councillor Ayres?
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. I noticed that the school and preschool are at capacity. Does that mean that the school is full? There are no places?
The preschool is actually closed now, and I believe that there is capacity at the school, at the primary school. Numbers are, there's headroom.
And I have a second question. I noticed some houses on the side we saw. Are they being sold well? You said there's no need for more housing, but are the sales of these houses being built going well?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you were...
There's some houses are being built at the present. Yes. Are they selling well? You said you have no need for more housing.
We have no need for more housing because we've got 70 odd.
I think, sorry to interrupt, but I'm advised that that's irrelevant. We'll move on. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, you mentioned when you was just speaking then that there, I think you said that there was no identified need. Our report says that it's not been adequately demonstrated that there is an identified local need. So are you aware that the applicant conducted a need survey at all, just to clarify?
No, what the applicant did was he looked at the neighbourhood plan and the results of the household survey that we undertook there, which is of course the opinion. It's not a housing needs survey where any financial information is given or ability to pay is stated.
Thank you. Councillor McCraw.
I'd just like to ask just roughly how many houses there might be in this sort of, in the centre of Elmsett, if you should know, that is, just roughly.
Yeah, I think there are about 270 altogether. I think that's about the case, but yeah, I think that's about right.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. We'll move on. We have Mr. Charles Corse, applicant or agent. Would you like to come forward, sir? When you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Good morning. My name is Charles Corse. I'm MD of Heathpatch Limited, the applicant. As has just been confirmed, the Elmsett preschool is having to close due to a lack of young children, and also the village shop is planning to close next year due to a lack of business. It's our view that to maintain these vital local facilities, we need to accept that villages need to grow and that they need young people in the local community. James Buckle, who's the owner of Heathpatch, is very involved in local charities in the district and across Suffolk. He was chairman of the Suffolk Community Foundation and is currently chairman of the Porch Project in Hadley. He's very keen to help provide more small, affordable houses in the district, and that's been one of the objectives of this application for some time. As has just been mentioned, we've reduced the number of large open market houses, including removing those next to the adjacent listed building and replacing them with open space. The site now includes 18 affordable houses, which is 48% affordable. We would be prepared to increase the number of smaller 1- and 2-bedroom properties, as outlined in the letter sent by our planning consultant last week. We would be quite happy to increase that to 48 or above 50% 1- and 2-bedroom properties to achieve the 48% proposed in the recent neighbourhood plan. Whilst we welcome the neighbourhood plan and we've tried to respond to all its requirements and proposals, we don't think that Open View number 10 has any particular features that warrant its protection. It is just an arable field in a village with a row of trees at the back that you can see through a gap in the hedge. If this is considered to be a reason for refusing permission, we would really urge members to undertake a site visit to see this for themselves. As James and Heathpatch genuinely want to provide smaller, affordable, accessible housing locally, we're prepared to fund this development, the development of this site ourselves, with a housing mix that many developers would find unviable. As the landowner, we are able and willing to undertake this project and to commence development as soon as possible. If the committee are minded to approve this scheme, we'd be happy to accept a condition to commence development more rapidly. This development is a rare opportunity for the district to benefit from a large proportion of smaller and more affordable houses provided by a local landowner that wants to and is fortunately able to afford to help the local community. I'd urge members to focus on this when deciding on the application. If the committee are minded to approve this scheme, subject to further conditions or further amendments, including further changes to the housing mix and more smaller units, we would be very happy to discuss that with the planning officers. This development, if undertaken, will deliver a high level of affordable housing, plus further significant smaller houses, 1- and 2-bedroom houses, and more bungalows. It would also generate SIL in excess of £250,000. Obviously, very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much for that. And it's refreshing to have a landowner that's actually prepared to build out themselves. So that's a positive in my opinion. But could you give committee a sense of the engagement that you have undertaken with the village? I mean, obviously, neighbourhood plans in existence. That's taken a very long time to come forward. So, what engagement did you undertake with the parish?
I met with the parish council on quite a few occasions, can't remember how many now, but went and presented the original scheme and talked to them before we put the original scheme forward, went and talked to the parish council again, attended their drop-in sessions on the neighbourhood plan, and that was, and as Alan Newman just said, we did rely on some of the information there, particularly the interest in smaller 1 and 2 bedroom properties and bungalows for retiring people. So we took that on board. We've talked to people in the village. We've engaged with the school and the preschool group and the village hall committee. We've tried to engage with the village as much as we can. We like to engage with the village as a local landowner.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. The local member is a member of the Planning Committee, so I'll start with Councillor Jameson, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Chair. Elmsett, like all our villages, as has been said, it's always services in our villages are always at risk. So, I want to consider this application with an open mind. However, it does bring me a number of concerns. Firstly, there is, and I'll just point out that I meant to say, the shop, as far as I'm aware, is closing because the owners are moving away. It's up for sale. It's not through lack of use. There's a number of concerns. The previous development on this site was rejected on heritage grounds, and this application is improved. But there's still heritage concerns, and in the documentation, heritage have pointed this out. There's still issues of being so close to a listed building. There's the needs, as was pointed out by Councillor Newman. There's already several applications approved for development in Elmsett for over 70 properties, some of which are being built now. So there's the need issue. Elmsett is likely to lose its bus service next month, thanks to Suffolk Council. So we would be putting more traffic on single track road and reliance on the car for sustainability purposes. So that's a concern. And also has already been pointed out by Councillor Newman, we just adopted the Elmsett neighbourhood plan only last month. To now go against, if we do agree this application, to go against this, I mean, they spent 2.5 years on their neighbourhood plan. If we do agree this application, it seems to be not just a slap in the face to the Elmsett villagers, but a slap in the face to all the other villages putting neighbourhood plans together at the moment. So I do want us to consider that before we come to an agreement. I think that's about all I've got to say at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to look at paragraph 3.6 in our report on page 102, which talks about development only being permitted in exceptional circumstances, subject to proven justifiable need. But then it says the blanket approach is not entirely consistent and favours a more balanced approach. So I believe what he's saying is that that paragraph is not engaged and we don't have to purely base our decision on proven justifiable need. Have I got that right?
So CS2 is out of date, so it has some weight, but it has less weight. So we no longer need to prove exceptional circumstances. What has the weight is CS11 and EMSD1. So while in theory development outside the built-up area boundary in Elmsett could be acceptable, they need to prove the local need. And in this case, they have relied on a piece of evidence from the neighbourhood plan, which isn't considered adequate enough to prove justifiably that there is a local need for 37 houses.
Hope that helps you. No. Councillor Parker.
So, on that basis, and it doesn't exist, so throw this out if you think it's out of order, Chair, but on that basis, if the developer had provided that need survey, would that have impacted on the recommendation?
Yes, it would have, if they had been able to prove a local need, which is what we ask most developers in this case to do, that may well have taken out part one of the reasons for refusal. We would have still needed to look at part 2 and 3, but yes, it would have, if they could have proved the local need, it would be in accordance with CS11 and EMST1.
Councillor Barrett, you want to come back?
Just clarify a little bit more. Are the other developments that are taking place at the moment, do they comprise affordable homes?
I'm not aware of all of the home sites within Elmsett. It's probably that most of them don't, and then the larger ones will provide a proportion as required.
And may I just clarify one point, because I know a little bit about the school in Elmsett, and I believe they've got 58 pupils on their roll at the moment. They have last year reduced their number of teaching staff because of the falling roll, so they are probably at risk in the future of closure, because you know, the viability question, if they don't manage to keep numbers subscribed to the school. So that is a, you know, that would lead to more pupils, more families leaving the village, and more journeys out of the village daily if the school closed. So, you know, it plays into the question about more additional journeys.
The infrastructure officer has requested funding under SIL for primary school expansion. So because they put that in, their forecast must be that it will be full by the time this development would happen. That takes into account all the pupils that will come from all the other dwellings that have been approved. So I think they, whether they're built or not, it's a forecast. So they'll take into account the pupils that they think are going to come up, but also from the new dwellings. So they have forecast that it will be full, and that this development would need to provide some funding for expansion. But they haven't said that expansion couldn't happen. It is a quite constrained site, but they're not concerned about it being able to be expanded to provide the small number of pupils that would come from this development.
Thank you. Councillor Busby.
I find it strange that a document, the neighbourhood plan, which basically trumps all other documents in terms of planning, the housing needs that are specified in that aren't sufficient for a developer to take forward and say, well, this is what you, the village, have said you need, this is what you, the village, are basing your neighbourhood plan on, and this is you, the village, have determined how many houses are required and where they're required. If I was a developer, I'd find it very strange that I couldn't use the same information and say, I've done my survey. I mean, if they'd done a survey and they'd come up with totally the opposite information for the neighbourhood plan, would you throw the neighbourhood plan out and say it's not worth the paper it's written on? I mean, I can't see how you can not follow that.
So the survey found a need. People said that they did need some more family houses and they needed affordable homes. But equally, the neighbourhood plan planned for those homes. So it allocated homes within its neighbourhood plan to provide for that need. So this development would provide over the need that the neighbourhood plan has found, and therefore the developers would need to find additional need, which isn't covered by the allocations within the local plan, in order to justify the need for these dwellings, and that's what they haven't done.
Right, Councillor McGraw, then followed by Councillor Park.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I was just going to more or less come through the same points in the report. 3.2 states that the Elmsett neighbourhood plan exists, and in fact, it's the most recent, more recent than the NPPF. 3.3 states that building outside the built-up area boundary will only be permitted where it can be satisfactorily demonstrated there's an identified local need for the proposal, and it cannot be satisfactorily accommodated for within the BUAB settlement boundary. 3.4 then points out that EMST2 has allocation of sites for an additional 60 dwellings, which presumably would satisfy the identified local need. So effectively, this does not meet EMST1 in any way, shape or form. And I think that's reflected in the officer recommendation. So on that basis, I'd like to propose that we go ahead with the officer recommendation for refusal, EMST1 being, to my mind, quite conclusive.
Right, I'll serve as a seconder. Councillor Plum, you're seconding that?
Certainly, Chair, I will second that. I want to see us supporting neighbourhood plans. I think it's the best thing that's happened to planning in this area for a long time.
Thank you. Did you want to comment? You did have your hand up before, Councillor Parker.
I'll just say, actually, Councillor McCraw pretty much came to the conclusion I was going to get to. So, I support. Yeah.
Good. Right, members, is there any new comments anybody wish to make? No? It's been proposed and seconded that we follow the officer's recommendation for refusal as laid out in the papers in front of you. All those in favour, please show.
10.
Those against? No, that's carried. Yep.
Abstentions, Chair.
Abstentions? You know I'm reluctant. Right, that is carried. Thank you very much. Right, we've got to the last one. Yep. Members, we have got to leave here by about...
We have got until 3 now, so
oh,
Justin, but...
Sorry. Forget what I was talking about. We'll go on now to the last one. It's all changed again. We're on little f, which is Monks Eleigh, and we have a new officer. That's on page 113. I know I've lost it. What's the name? I've lost it. All right, just introduce yourself, because I can't find your name quickly enough.
My name's Avril Galvey.
That's it. Right, well done.
Okay. So the application is for a single-storey rear and a single-storey side extension to Manorwood Farm. The application site is located in a small cluster of dwellings with the highway Stackyard Green running to the west of the property. It continues further south where it reaches a dead end. Followed north, it reaches Monks Eleigh. Bit of context, we're in a very rural setting. We've got Monks Eleigh directly to the north with Brent Eleigh and Chelsworth also to the north. So it's in a cluster of roughly 5 dwellings, situated on a modest plot set back from the highway of Stackyard Green. Site constraints, there is 2 grade 2 listed buildings to the south. Stackwood Cottage is thatched property, similar to Manorwood House. There are no other constraints on the site. This gives an indication of the site layout. So you've got the original dwelling here with an existing 20th century rear and side extension. So this is the rear elevation showing the thatched element here with the existing rear extension. So this element is a thatched roof while this has a tiled roof. Both render. You can see from the side elevation that it's also part brickwork on this elevation. This shows the front elevation and the side elevation. This north elevation, the thatchwork continues over the main entranceway, which the entrance door is on this side of the property. The existing floor plan, you can see here, this is the main core of the dwelling. It's got a rectangular historic core shown by the one room width of the property. This is the existing 20th century extension. Due to the historic core, the heritage team considered the dwelling to be a non-designated heritage asset. So it doesn't have enough significance to warrant national designation, but it has some historic interest. So the proposal is for a single-storey rear and a single-storey side extension. So this illustrates the rear extension, which protrudes 1.2 metres from the rear and has a width of approximately 3.6 metres. So it will provide additional space in the garden room. The proposal also includes a side extension, which extends 3 metres from the side elevation and 2 metres from the rear, with a total width of 5.2 metres. The side extension also includes a small porch. The side extension will create a ground floor shower room and a utility room. So this shows the proposed side extension. It will be timber weatherboard cladding for the walls and plain tiles for the roof. It has a ridge height and eaves height lower than the main dwelling from this elevation. This shows the proposal from the front elevation. As you can see, you will see the pitch of the side extension. From the rear, this is another angle of the side extension where you can see the porch, and also illustrates the rear extension, which will be glazing panels for the walls and slate for the roof. Here you can see the eaves and the ridge are in line with the existing rear extension. From the other side elevation, you can see the existing 20th century lean-to extension with both proposed extensions off the rear. Just for some more context, so the side extension will come off this part of the existing dwelling, and from here you can see the rear extension will be located in front of the single door and the windows on the rear. So the heritage team have identified a medium level of less than substantial harm to the non-designated heritage asset. They consider it to result in an overly complicated and disjointed arrangement that would detract from the simple form and relative status of the historic core of the building. The MPPF requires us to take a balanced judgment regarding the scale of the harm and the significance of the heritage asset. On this basis, the recommendation is for refusal based on the heritage harm and also on the design of the extensions, which are considered to be out of character with the host dwelling. The proposal is contemporary in design and materials and fails to be of an appropriate scale and form. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, with no parish council or objector or supporter, we have John Oatley from Eleigh. Oh, it's not a T. Who's the applicant or agent. cast of silence.
Good afternoon. My name's John Ollie. I live at Meadowwood Farm, and my wife and I purchased it 3 years ago as we fell in love with the character and its history. Firstly, can I say that we love the house and the location, and our aim is to care for it and maintain our house. We would never do anything that may harm it or be detrimental to its character and historic interest. Unfortunately, at the back of the house is an ugly 1970s extension that was added by previous owners. We've invested a lot of time and money improving and preserving this house. We've replaced a rotten sole plate, we've removed concrete render from the exterior, and we've replaced it with traditional lime wash, all in the local style. Several windows have now been repaired or replaced with locally made timber frames. We are both interested in local history and the vernacular style, and have spent 3 years planning this proposed extension and made many changes to it to make it as aesthetically pleasing and sympathetic to the original timber frame core as we possibly can. As we hope to live here for the rest of our lives, part of the proposed extension is to add a downstairs bathroom. In the short term, I have an elderly mother and mother-in-law who may need to move in with us and will require care at a ground level accommodation. Longer term, this will enable us to live here for the rest of our lives. I understand that the planning officer would like to remove the existing inappropriate 1970s extension. However, we can't afford to, and indeed we don't wish to demolish this useful space. We therefore propose to alter the 70s extension by improving it and not touching the original timber-framed house at all. Therefore, this will give a more cohesive, organic expansion to the building. We have taken great care in choosing the materials for the proposed extension: handmade timber wooden frames, timber weatherboarding, and traditional tiles on the roof. And we even propose to remove the existing concrete interlocking tiles on the 20th century extension to replace it with more traditional slate. I've worked in architecture for the past 20 years, and during my research I've looked at and photographed many Grade 2 listed thatched properties in Babergh, some with numerous extensions and add-ons. This was to help me choose which would be most sympathetic for the Manor farm. I've shown my design to many colleagues who have all agreed that my proposal actually works, and indeed it has been passed without any objection by all the local residents and the parish council. The National Planning Policy Framework says, and this has already been said, a balanced judgment will be required, having regard to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset. This is, of course, a personal judgment, and I hope that this committee will now make their own balanced judgment and allow our plans to proceed. If not, we will be left with an ugly 1970s eyesore.
Thank you
which
very
we
much.
want to improve for future generations.
Right, I'll just see if there's any questions. I've just got one for you. It says on the papers here in front of us, has the application been subject to pre-application advice?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Did you seek pre-application advice? Did you go and talk to officers and planners?
No, I didn't think it would be necessary, to be honest.
No. Okay. Thank you. Members. Councillor Jamison.
Afternoon. Sorry. Heritage seem to be concerned that you're, where's it gone? Concentration of different architectural forms in a small area. Is there, and I mean, what's the reason you've gone for the wood boarding rather than fitting?
Purely keep it into character with the other buildings in the area and to please my wife. So aesthetically, it is an attractive building that will fit in very much in Babergh.
Thank you. Yes, it's very important to please the wife. Councillor Parker.
Mr. Ollie, so you're an architect by trade?
I'm not an architect, I work within architectural practice. I'm an architectural technician working for yourselves, actually.
Yeah, architectural technician, right. And is would you say your specialism is in heritage Right, okay, but so you, yeah, okay, that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCaw.
My question to Mr. Ollie was simply that you've chosen the weatherboarding to fit in with the Babergh heritage. The question I suppose I have to ask is, does it fit in with the rest of the building as it currently is in terms of render?
As much as anything else would. I mean, I don't intend to thatch it, unfortunately.
Not quite what I meant, but you take my point about the surfacing. It's a different surface to the walls than
The other
currently
walls
exists.
are lime render, but except in the 1970s one, which is a concrete render, which we will take off. That part of it.
Any other questions, members? No? Thank you very much. Councillor Harron is not here. I haven't heard from him. So it's now over to you, members. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I just ask the officer just to show the if she has a picture of the garage that has been erected there, and obviously the front of that cottage. Has she a picture of that, or have we looked at it?
Sorry. I have a photo of the front elevation of the dwelling, but I don't have a photo on the slides of the garage.
Can you show anything?
Yeah. Yeah, just go back. So the image on the top right shows the front elevation. It's quite close to the highway and there's a hedge, hence the closeness of the photo.
Do we have elevations from both the roadsides? I mean, those would obviously be the ones that are going to have the greatest visual impact.
We have, the highway just runs to the left of the bottom image, so you will see parts of the dwelling from that side. So the road runs along here with some interspersed hedging, so you can see primarily the first floor of the dwelling. Yeah. And then you want to go back on the floor plan? This one, or?
So I'm visualising that as showing from the road to the south, you're seeing the front elevation, the extensions to the side and the rear would remain to the side and the rear. Am I correct? From that southern aspect.
Yeah, so all this is remaining. It's just the areas in grey are the proposed extensions.
And then from the western side, the left-hand side, you're going to be seeing at the end elevation of the traditional thatched part of the house with all the 70s and the subsequent extensions also to the rear. Is that right?
You show those.
Looking from that end, that left-hand side, the west, that's it. You will basically, all your extension work, 70s and the stuff that's being applied for now, is still going to be more or less to the rear and not immediately in your face, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
That's what I was wanting to establish. It was the relationship to the rest of the landscape. Thanks.
Yeah.
Can you just show again those extensions that are already there and will remain, and the new ones coming onto it? Because I believe in your introduction you said there was quite a few of them.
Oh, so
and that sounded like a mess.
Okay, so the existing 20th century extension is off the rear, this part here, and then it continues to the side. So this part you can see is this side here. So it extends further side. So it's a kind of a wraparound extension. So then the proposed 2 extensions will come from the existing extension.
So there's going to be another extension put on
from off the existing.
Can you show that one now?
Yeah. So from the rear, this is the existing. So it's coming from this side and then off the rear.
So my point is that this is largely concealed from the roadway. In fact, the only view that you will get of that, like that, and the ones that are shown in both those photographs, are from within the site and by the neighbours. They're not going to be seen at large, as it were. But I think that might be significant.
Any other comments, members? Councillor Parker.
Yes, Chair. I want to know a little bit about non-designated heritage assets. I don't fully understand. In this example, who says this is a non-designated? Is it the local authority? Is it the English?
I'll ask Heritage. Thomas is still here, so we'll get some answers from him.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, so it was identified by me and the Heritage team as part of the planning application. So when planning applications come forward, we can identify buildings at that stage that we think we consider to be a non-designated heritage asset.
So it's us. So it's the local authority that's determined that this is a non-designated heritage asset. So if I might then, Chair, so this is all about interpretation then, surely, subjectivity.
Yes, and we base it on the guidance provided by Historic England on identifying non-designated heritage assets. So they provide some general guidance on the kind of criteria that might lend a building to be considered as a non-designated heritage asset.
Okay. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Can you describe what might have been acceptable to heritage? Have they applied through and taken advice?
To some extent, although we can't go too far into designing proposals for people. In this case, I did look at whether there was any sort of relatively simple changes that could be made to the design. I think it would have to require quite a considerable change to the existing extension in order to allow for a greater increase in extension that still fitted the simple form of the building beyond that which has been proposed at the moment. I think that the existing extension makes it more difficult to come up with a scheme that's appropriate to the building in this case.
Councillor Plum.
So to put it in very simple terms, take the extension down and you might get your planning permission for a new one. Yes? So it's quite easy. The applicants have to take down the 70s extension and design another one, and they may then get their planning permission. If they don't take down the 70s extension, they're not going to get planning permission, recommended by yourselves.
If the applicants and agents can come up with a design that doesn't require that doesn't require the demolition of the existing extension, but is appropriate, then we would consider that. But I've just considered that it might be more difficult to achieve that.
I was a little bit concerned when you said that, which I understand, that you cannot design the application for the person, but I would have thought that you could offer advice and assistance if they'd have come and asked, because there was no pre-application advice. So, you know, I am concerned about that side of it. Yep.
Sorry, I did have an informal meeting with the applicant once the application was submitted to discuss the design, and I did suggest some alternative proposals, but as we've heard, financial reasons.
Which is important.
Yeah, but not a planning consideration.
Councillor Busby.
Can we put the existing one back up, the picture of the existing one, please? So that's what it's going to look like afterwards.
From the rear elevation, yeah.
Can we go back to the existing one of that? I mean, from my point of view, it's kind of straightforward which one looks better. And I don't think that can possibly look better than anything. So I appreciate, because I mean, part of that will stay, but part of it will be changed, I assume. And I would have thought that what looks like we're looking at will be a change for the better. So it might not be perfect, but it's better than what's there now.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Right, I think I might require some technical assistance from our officers, if we might, because it occurs to me, as far as a non-designated heritage asset is concerned, paragraph 197 of the MPPF is prevalent, which says that a balanced judgment will be required having regard to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset. So on the one hand, we have our heritage team who are saying that a medium level of harm would apply. As a member of the planning committee, if I disagree with that, using the very same paragraph, can I take the same balancing judgment and come to a different conclusion?
I would have thought the answer's got to be yes. Because you have to have an open view and balance it up. You've heard the advice from the heritage, you've heard the other comments from the officers, and it's up to you to balance it. So yes, Councillor Parker, you can come.
Further to that, the same paragraphs from the heritage team, I think, heritage issues refer to the fact that they regard this as a medium level of less than substantial harm. I'd say it was actually a much slighter level, given that it does say within a relatively small area and at the rear section of the building in paragraph 9.5. I suspect it's a matter of, if you like, our balanced judgment, and my balanced judgment, I think, probably concurs with Councillor Parker's in that the level of harm is even less than that stated here, and that the area is small and it runs to the rear of the building. And all of those things put together, in terms of practicalities, indicate to me that we're overestimating the harm. And I think the balance of judgment can be reduced on that basis, the balance of the, what's it called, the less than substantial harm. It may even be insignificant harm, if that's the next level down. It's certainly at the lower level of less than substantial harm.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
In my view.
Thank you, Chair. And so absolutely in accordance with what Councillor McCraw has said, and with all due respect to our officers, I would like to recommend that on this occasion we actually go against officers' recommendation and vote to support this application.
I have your reasons. I think you've said some of them, and hopefully, and then I'll get a seconder once you give me the reasons.
Of course. So in line with paragraph 197 of the NPPF, I mean, I dare say an officer's going to tell me we've got to have a local plan policy as well, and I'll see. Fine. Okay. So in line with 197, having weighed up the application that directly or indirectly affects non-designated heritage assets, in my balanced judgment, I think that the application is good to go. And the level of harm is less than a medium level of substantial. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor McCall, right? Do you wish to...
Can I second that and just add that it's, where is it? The balanced judgment. The other factor was that reasons being small area, rear section, and to reduce the level of harm. I think that's the key point, and I would happily second that motion.
comment?
Yeah, just before we go on to seconding and voting. So to clarify...
No, I've got a second, though. We haven't got on to the vote yet.
Okay, just before the vote happens then, sorry. Just to clarify, obviously the officer recommendation differed to that, but members have concluded that because of the existing unsightly extension, that what is being proposed...
you're referring to, so members can follow it, makes it easier. If you're on that page.
It's verbal at the moment as to what was said by members.
Yeah.
Have concluded that the proposal is actually, am I getting this right, an improvement on the non-designated heritage asset from some aspects. So we can cite 197 there, paragraph 197, and also under local plan policy CN01, cite that as a design improvement. Because obviously we've got a difference of opinion here, but your opinion is that.
You accept CN01?
CN01 calls for improvement, does it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
In that case, we would say this is
on the
improvement.
heritage aspect, CN06, which looks at heritage matters. You're stating that you see it as an improvement to the heritage asset, so you would cite those policies.
Okay. Balanced judgment.
Okay.
So members are disagreeing to the extent that they say there is no harm, it's an improvement.
Yes, there's a disagreement. Members are saying there is no harm, there's an improvement.
I just want to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Councillor Busby.
I agree with all of that. Unfortunately, to me, it's an improvement from awful to okay. I still think there is room for it to be better, even to the level of good or great. So to me, it's a step in the right direction, but there could be even a better solution. And I don't know whether they can continue to look at ways of getting a better solution out of it and then come back in the future, I guess.
Councillor Busby, I'm inclined to agree with you. It's a great pity that there hadn't been any more talking going on between heritage and officers and the applicant, because I do agree this is certainly better than what's there at the moment, but I still think it's a mess, but it's the best of a bad situation. I certainly don't feel that it should be refused, and I have to say that, and so I'm quite pleased to hear that proposal coming forward, because there can be work done, but I would hope even at this late stage, perhaps I don't know what the conditions will be, we'll come to that in a moment. Perhaps the applicant can get together with the officers and the heritage people and see if they can improve it even at this 11th hour. Anyway, conditions.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously the proposal is what it is, and if they choose to change, they can do for a resubmission, which can be discussed. But anyway, the conditions which Avril has got ready, thank you, are the standard time limit one of 3 years, development to accord with the approved plans and documents, prior to works above slab level, details of proposed external roof and wall facing materials to be used to be agreed. Also, prior to works above slab level, detailed section drawings for the eaves and verges of the proposed extension at scale 1 to 20. And finally, new rainwater goods to match existing.
They sound a lot like the normal ones, and I don't think there's anything extra special added. Councillor McGraw, then Councillor Osborne.
I was just going to say that those conditions, and particularly the ones regarding materials, could be used to address the very points you raised, Mr. Chairman, in terms of making it better. I think that's exactly the opportunity to achieve that.
Well, the applicant's in the room, and obviously, hopefully, they're listening to that, and they will perhaps take that our concerns on board. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely agree with Councillor Parker and Councillor McCraw. That it can only, in my opinion, it can only better that cottage. It looks an absolute mess from the back. What I would say to the owners is that you never know what's around the corner if you're doing a lottery. But obviously, I'd like to see the whole of that redone, or in fact, talking to the officers and heritage to get that done. But it's a very good improvement, and we've had situations in the past which I've sat on, and we've agreed to those, and I think it's only improved that property.
I think it's important to point out that even with the conditions, if we're minded to approve this, it will be for what's in front of us. We may have said all our comments and views of how we'd like it improved, but that would be what you'll be given permission on. But certainly I don't think people are unreasonable. Councillor Ayres.
Yes, a very quick one. You're new to the area, 3 years, but there is a man called Peter Minter, the brick man.
Councillor Ayres, can you please address it to me? I don't know.
Sorry. No,
I couldn't make out or hear what you was on about.
A local brickmaker who restores a lot of very old buildings, Peter Minter. They could contact him. Good bricks.
Well, that's the advert done. We'll now continue. No, let's keep serious here. Right, members, is there any new factors you want to raise? No? And you're satisfied with those conditions and the comments? Right, it's been proposed and seconded that we approve this against the officer's advice with the following conditions that you heard read out. All those in favour, please show. That's the first unanimous one all day. Thank you. That is carried. Date of the site inspection.
Next week.
Yeah. The date of the site inspection is next Wednesday. Thank you.